Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm just gonna switch. Do that. Let me know if the music balance is off. Just checking, just talking in book chat. So right now, I don't know. Right now in book chat, there's this whole discussion about people reading lots of books. Now, I'm not going to ask how many books you read in 1 year, but feel free to let me know. But like in 2025, how many books did you read, really? And I'm going to be frank, like there's some years where I read too many books, and then there were some years where I read almost nothing. I just think going online and bragging about how many books you read is kind of cringe, you know? Like, it's just really, really cringe. So, yeah. I will say, like, I could name some years I didn't read any. Yeah, here's the thing, Miro. I'm not going to cast shade on that. Like, there are going to be some years where you're not going to read anything, right? Like, I don't... How can I say this? Like, I remember at one point in time telling Simp that I had read like 100 plus books basically in 1 year. And I wasn't saying that to be like, oh, that's how many I've read because, you know, I'm so smart. I was pointing out that there was a period of time where I needed to do market research for writing. And so I read a shit ton of, admittedly, shitty books, right? These books were not Lord of the Rings or Dune. or Wheel of Time or Malazan or Neuromancer. They weren't challenging. They were books that I could read. Probably, I think I would read them sometimes within 2 days, like within 12 hours, maybe 15 hours to read a single book. Okay, these are not books that are stretching me by any, you know, like it's not. Anyhow, so I just think that it's really cringe to go around and be like, oh, I read 100 romance books this year. Big whipty ding dong, call me when you've read 100 classics, then we can have a chat. A lot of women read faster than men as well. You know, some women just, we don't read each word, we read whole portions in one go. It's just a different way of reading. So like, I don't know, with I just sense that like book talk and all of that bullshit is just a waste of time to spend on. And if you are serious about writing, you would leave that area, you would stop listening to those people, you would stop clicking on that social media, and you would sit down and you would make yourself write. Same thing with reading. I've always said this, and I've always admitted it, that I don't have an education in creative writing. I'm not educated to write creatively. I simply started writing when I was 7, and I've been reading a lot since then. Now, there were some periods in my life where I read so much that my parents were concerned, and they banned me from reading fiction books at one point. I was addicted, like actually had a problem, addiction with reading. I broke out of it in my 30s, thank goodness, otherwise I would not be here talking to you all today. But my addiction with reading gave me a strong foundation and a sensibility, if you were, and then I just kept writing throughout the entire period of time. And so there's a time to stop reading and to start writing, and to stop going online and chatting with people online, and to actually sit down and start writing. So more recently, after talking with Shay and Simp, I decided that it would be a good idea to kind of like check in and see how everyone's writing is going. And so I've actually been working on fleshing out the chapters that I'm planning for a space saga that I'm working on, a space fantasy saga. And what that means is that I'm going to spend some time reading certain books to kind of start practicing the kind of sensibility that I want to write with. And then that's it. I'm not going to go on Book Talk and listen about what's popular these days. I'm not going to find out whether I should write in first or third person. I'm not going to take advice on how to write the books. I'm not going to talk to people about the details of what I'm writing. Well, there's a couple of people I'm telling details to, but you're probably not one of them. And then I'm only reading very, very specific books to inform my writing style, my writing voice that I want to achieve. And I am not reading much else. And I'm certainly not going online and wasting my fucking time listening to bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm coming off strong. I recognize that. I'm a bit under the weather. I'm hopped up on Midol. But yeah. And if you know what Midol is used for, then you know exactly where I'm at today. So I want to give a shout out to this little asshole here. This guy right here is why we are spending our Sunday night playing Final Fantasy 14. And do you know what? In retrospect, I am so glad that Ben made me do this, because I kind of need this mental break, so to speak. So give it up for Muffin Man, this little asshole here. I'm pretty happy with being able to work on my own writing as well. Yes, epic. I'm so glad that you can focus on that. Those books are gay anyway. Yeah. You do what you gotta do. Exactly. I've been pretty patient, to be fair. You have been. Ben is probably one of the most patient people on this planet. He is so patient with me. Today we're going to play 7.4. And we'll see how far we can get. Let me know in chat if you think I can get it done in one night. So we will see. I've ordered pizza. Hello Simp, hello Miro, hello Epic, hello Jonathan, hello everybody. Ben reached his breaking point. Yeah, poor guy, poor guy. I actually thought he was going to go back to the Japanese or Oceania server and do his original Assifer, but I guess not. Neil Gaiman killed my writing, his course. Yeah, see? Why are you taking a course? Simp. You did this to yourself, okay? My sympathy right now is at a 0. At a 0. I don't know why you are even listening to Neil Gaiman. You just write. Just get the writing done. At this rate, guys, at this rate, I might actually finish the first book of my saga before Simp can finish his fanfiction. I will let you all know. But I'm pretty happy with how the world building is shaping up. Okay, it is 7:18 in about 10 minutes. I'm sorry, Ben. I'm going to make you wait just a little bit more. So I just realized I hadn't put through the order for my pizza. Okay. Okay, the order has been placed. Just clearing some stuff up. Sorry, everybody. Also, let me know if the audio cuts out because my microphone may have fallen right on the floor the other week, and yeah, the pizza isn't here yet, Ben, so we're just gonna go ahead soon. But yeah, I hope everyone is having a lovely day. Ben, how was your Monday? How was your Monday? Busy. Okay. Eat your that's what cutscenes are for? Exactly. I'll just mute myself so that you guys don't hear Chieko ASMR. But I hope everyone is keeping warm. It's quite cold here, quite snowy. And honestly, guys, I'm going to say this. I'm very excited to continue our adventure. My arms and back are sore. Ouch. Yeah, I'm also feeling very sore, Miro. I feel your pain. So clicking on Graha here, it says we've compiled a summary of events and submitted our report to Ojika. As representative students of Baldessians, our thoughts and findings will also be shared with the forum. I'm glad to see Kryl find a satisfying end to her personal journey, though it appears her appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. Yes. So Alice is saying that Alexandrians are now kind of fixing the tempering problem. And Svein is thinking about Otis and Zelenia. Kryle wants to know more about the key in the Malala. And Calyx and Yashola is talking about how Calyx might have a mentor, and how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher. So she's probably not wanting to say Asian. We all know she's thinking it. Epic says, with my job stabilizing and my life stabilizing, I've been experiencing a lot of creative energy. I've been pushing out those short stories and making more G-posts and videos, as well as 3D printing. I'm so glad for you, Epic. Great job. That is so awesome. I've been grinding OC, almost leveled my 10th Phantom job. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. I have been playing the MSQ with Party and her boyfriend, and next week we will finish. Oh, and Ben is with us as well, playing the MSQ, and next week we will finish Stormblood. So that's exciting. That's been quite a journey to just remember how the MSQ is in the middle sections of the... Anyway, you know what? It's 7:22. I know it's a meme, but everyone knows that I can go a little bit... Well, let's say it for what it is. I can go a little late sometimes. So I'm just gonna... Wait 1 second. I'm trying to pop out the... I don't want you to see my address or anything, because that would suck. But this is a tracker to watch my pizza getting made and then delivered. I treated myself today because of what today also represents. I am very happy to say that I am a new aunt of a new niece. One of my sisters had her first baby ever. And so I'm very happy for her. And yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that, because, you know, I don't want to take away their privacy. But yeah, I'm pretty pumped today, I guess. Partially pumped, I suppose. But yeah. I settled on a routine that makes it bearable. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you pop something on your second monitor, and then, yeah. Congrats. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm just trying to... Where is... Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, as an update for the review situation, I have not yet recorded, full transparency, I have not yet recorded the next video. Hopefully I can get that done at some point soon and upload that. The next 2 or 3, I think, the next one will still be fairly subjective. It's going to be fairly just like me shooting the breeze and talking about things, generally speaking. But the one after that will be crunching data and discussing much more qualitative, I suppose, much more qualitative facts about Dawntrail that is worth mentioning before discussing the narrative. But yeah. Okay. Let's get into it, everybody. We're going to click on Alphino, and I'm just going to check my voice levels. Background, ambient, voice. I'm going to take that down. Okay, let's click on it. Alphino has something he wishes to tell you. Oh. All right. What has he got to tell us? Is this going to be voiced? We'll find out.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calix be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did. That being the case, Alize and I have come to a decision.
We will depart Taral in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria, a necessary step to ensure lasting peace.
Yeah, you gotta let everybody know there's a new
Then we shall return to
nation/realm
Garlemald.
on the map.
Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calix's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
Yeah, which Ascian exactly was it? Because we only have like 2 or 3
I have done what I can
left.
to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands. Do let us know if you turn anything up.
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now.
Oh, wow. Breaking up of the Fellowship
We'll
here.
meet again. Of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
Promise you'll look after yourself, because you have no fighting combat skills.
Words of caution from you, of all people.
Yeah, well, you can't fight, Erenville.
Hey!
You keep running away.
What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know. I've detained the fugitive.
Oh.
He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
Okay. I guess this is saying farewell to some people. Are we gonna lose Graha as well? That's what I really care
Brat boy.
about. Let's be real.
We should make for the harbour ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
A long voyage.
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
What? You got something to pack,
Knowing
Allison?
you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Oh. Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest.
Wow.
And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for Eunice.
I have several ideas as it happens.
Oh man, I love the twin dynamics.
Ever aligned in purpose, if not execution.
That's awesome. I love the twins.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
To
Oh.
continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Okay. So I guess we're gonna go back there?
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share. Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
Oh, maybe Shale might become another Scion. That'd be cool. Okay, so we're losing some people. Like, I'm going to assume that we're losing Wuklamat, we're going to lose Koana and Aaronville from the narrative. They're just not going to be that important. And I'm going to assume that we're going to have let's see. We'll have Shale, Kryl, Graha, Y'shtola. That makes sense. Sphene, obviously. That's not a bad group to be around with. I have to go to the store, but I'll be back. Enjoy the game. Thanks so much, Epic. We'll see you soon. Okay, we're heading to the back room. Yes, let's go to the back room. Good riddance. Yeah, she's not everyone's cup of tea. I'm gonna just stop here for a second, sorry Ben, and just say that Wuklamat is not my favorite character. It's a shonen archetype. I'm not a fan of shonen archetypes. Like in Naruto Shippuden, Naruto is not my favorite character. Like in Naruto Shippuden, Naruto is not my favorite character. In Bleach, Ichigo is not my favorite character. And I'm sure that if I watched One Piece, Luffy would not be my favorite character. It's just that type of character that usually is the tentpole for shonen story is just not usually my vibe, shall we say. That being said, in my review, I am not going to be hating on her the way some people might want me to hate on her, so buckle in. Because I actually don't think she has been poorly done. And I found out some further details about her from playing the MSQ really carefully, like paying even more attention to some details. And I actually don't think she was poorly executed. There's some other issues though. She was partially poorly executed, but she's not completely poorly executed for what she is. Now, if you don't like shonen, then of course you're going to hate her. You're just going to hate her. But her character and the execution of her character is not the narrative issue of Dawntrail. That's what I'm going to say. That's my academic opinion on this matter. So I think Wuklamat, some of the scenes with Wuklamat were poorly executed, but Wuklamat as a character, in my humble academic opinion, she herself was not actually poorly executed. But we'll talk about that. Kakashi was my favorite. I loved Neji, Shikamaru, Shikaku, Sai. I would choose probably Sasuke over Naruto. There are a lot of people I would choose over Naruto. Byakuya was probably one of my favorites. Aizen from Bleach, Urahara, Ukatake, like some of the older, hotter captains for real. So I kind of like Sanji when I first met Sanji, but I don't know how Sanji is in One Piece overall. But I loved Sanji's vibe in One Piece. I just imagine Ben being like Sanji, like smoking all the time and baking things. Sphene is my #1 pickup to carry into 8.0. Shale, and then another character. Okay. Urahara is your favorite from Bleach? Yeah, I love Urahara. Ben and I sometimes mind meld. It's really weird. Okay, so Sphene says, it comforts me to know that some of you will be staying. I would feel rather bereft should you all go at once. Okay, well, yeah. I'm told that Shale is the new leader of Oblivion. There's none better suited to carrying on Kakua and Geode's legacy. It feels like an age since we last met here. Yeah. The only problem with Shale is, like, right now as a character, I don't care about her. What news, Nico? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. No, we're gonna say goodbye to a whole bunch of characters. Eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And there I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. While I am curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle is in place, the majority of the files we've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer's finished with them. Besides, unlike our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be getting any answers tonight? Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Then, shall we depart for Tulialol forthwith? Even Lamachi's strength has its limits. Without further delay, then. Okay. Yeah. I'm not pro Wuklamat, but I'm not anti Wuklamat. Like, I'm just meh about her. And I'm glad she's going, because like I said, I'm not into that type of warm colored person. Yeah. But I in terms of if you watch my play, I've been rewatching some of my playthrough of the game, and yeah. Oh, wait 1 second, guys. Wuklamat was a victim of narrative structure, and because she got so much on screen time because the poster child for everyone's frustration with Dawntrail. Exactly. Are there some things I would have changed about how she was handled? Absolutely. But the core of her character, the voice acting, all of that did not bother me. Crazy as that sounds. There's some other issues in Dawntrail that made her not work as she ought to as a character, but her as a character is actually not poorly done. And I think some people, because of other cultural stuff going on, latched on to certain meta concerns about everything, and I think there was some unnecessary rhetoric around Wuklamat. It's a bit of a meme now too, right? Like, I think everyone thinks it's a bit of a meme when she shows up. They're like, oh fuck, not her again, right? But I think there's some people who legitimately actually think she is the problem, and she is not the problem, okay? She is not the problem. I know it would be very nice and easy for me to say, oh yeah, Wuklamat's the problem. She's actually not the problem, in my opinion. Okay, so what did people say here? Did I spy Nashu? Yeah, Nashu's over there. I have not touched Nashu yet. Okay, Kryl. Raha seems preoccupied with a matter of great import. Perhaps he is contemplating a prayer to Limlayan for their safe passage. What sort of tacos should I get on the way back, do you think? The aroma is too tantalizing to ignore. Kryl, our catboy wants tacos, okay? Despite her protestations, I doubt Alcé will keep us waiting long. Shale says, wish we had some of the sea breeze inside the dome. We could perhaps simulate it, but there's no substitute for the real thing. Yeah. You gotta go outside, touch water, Shale. Sphene says, Tuliolol is a delight to look upon. They hang patterned cloth where we might use neon, but the city feels no less bright. Indeed. It's called organic. Kwana, Wuklamat says, Kwana and Gululja weren't able to make it, but both send their regards. They probably are going to do a voiced cutscene here, and they don't want to pay the voice actor for Kwana. Let's click on it, and I'm going to open up my pizza box. I wish you all would not make a fuss, said Aaronville. I am not fond of emotional partings. Okay. At least Alphino and Alcé were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance by link pearl. Some people, we know, would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. Like Geralt or Wuklamat? In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. Who would? Ben. Ben would burst out mid-voyage.
There they are.
You look well. No lingering effects, then?
Ah, I'm hale as ever. Representatives. And Gulurja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolol. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyollal. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Ever since I introduced you to Wuklamat, you've faced no end of hardships. Many of them her fault. Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye. Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
Safe journey, and remember to enjoy it.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Come back soon!
Take care!
That was a proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right. Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tuligiola. I'll give you the grand tour. I guess they're really over. Your adventures in Tural. I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
Aha! Power resolve spotted!
The Lance Guard is looking for you. It's sparring time.
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
Let's go already! Everyone's waiting to see the Vow resolve in action!
Well, she's got a busy life now.
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
There's a lot of hand-holding in this section of MSQ. Okay, so this is our newly formed group.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths in their hearts, as they should.
Meanwhile, are we gonna... Oh? Oh, the music really changed there. Okay. All right. It went from doo-doo to like mysterious music. Awesome. Okay. So that's interesting because we just lost a chunk. Shale says, I'm glad I got the chance to see him off. Kekua would be glad too. Ishtola says, for our many meetings and partings, we have few enough opportunities to properly say our farewells. It was pleasant to take the time for it. Though I delight in companionship, solo journeys too have their appeal, and travel by sea is relaxing. With Alice and Alphino spreading word of Alexandria, we shall soon have the chance to establish relations with other nations. I must make ready to treat with their leaders. Okay. So that's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. I just want to say that my Catboy looks like an absolute dork. An absolute dork. And I also need to apply that. Yeah, he's looks like an absolute dork. So, So I guess we'll go back to the containment facility. Now it is our turn to take the next step. Yes. Question is, in what direction, what manner I should like to discuss with you. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. I have a problem, everybody. It's been an age. So, for those of you who don't know, I want to get the PvP mount. So I've been doing PvP, and as you can see, I haven't visited Kraken in a little bit. So, yeah. I might have to stop by my retainer and just drop some stuff off, or we're going to run out of space real soon. Okay, through the thunder, Kryl has a proposal to make. If I may, I think it prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue. Okay. Alright, to the beach. Pull out your glamour plates. That's what they're there for. Why?
'Tis truly a beautiful place to roam.
Why would I put pieces of stuff I'm not attracted to onto a glamour plate?
Sky.
The stuff that's in the inventory
First
has to
time
be
I saw them,
sold.
I
I just
couldn't
haven't had
believe
the
my
time.
eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did. Oh, that's right. I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world. The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real. Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality. And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Agreed. My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
Yeah, the voice actor has changed. Jonathan Bailey probably got too expensive.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent. This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation. The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, 'twas Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone.
From the Alexandria dungeon.
Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond.
Well, I would assume that the continent didn't just disappear. It's not like the burn.
Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
No, I just assumed that you would walk
Going
out.
by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared. If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
Well, yeah, you would be like...
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
Like a hidden city.
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
Great. So Canada is basically now Alexandria.
Living memory
That's great.
remains physically in the Ninth.
I was hoping for raccoons in this game.
If we seek a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent.
Okay.
Living memory was not transported here despite being a top Everkeep. In which case, it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Meaning, another point of egress could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it. The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Shall we have a chat with them? and
It's
see
so
what they
off,
know?
Jonathan, that it doesn't sound like him.
If it please your majesty,
If it's a new voice actor, I'm not
Will
freaking
you
out.
accompany us?
I don't care.
If we do land upon the Mist Continent,
It's
I
still
would feel
Graha.
much more assured
I like
with you
Jonathan
at our
Bailey's
side.
voice, but... Okay, I need to stop here for 1 second. The Mist Continent that we are attempting to reach... Okay, chat, just say yes or no, okay? Not any more details than that. The Mist Continent that we're trying to reach, it's not actually part of, like, Aetheris. It is part of the Ninth, and it's a different continent on the Ninth. Just care about his looks? Yeah, Ben, you caught me. Uh-oh. I'm cancelled. He did mention his voice was wrecked from Wicked during 14 recording. So this could be part of why it sounds off. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds. I would hate to see obliterated by some lightning beast. Anything for you, just say the word. I didn't actually imagine that you could not go beyond the barrier. I just imagined that if you went beyond the barrier, you could run the risk of getting tased by a lightning bolt randomly. Like the percentage for that would be extremely high. And I thought like maybe that the lightning atmosphere would basically kill plants and animals. Maybe some animals would adapt, but like I just assumed that the reason why people weren't going beyond the barrier is like maybe you would get static or you would get zapped and there would be no plants out there. But there would still have to be, correct me if my science isn't wrong here, but is wrong here. But like in order for there to be lightning storms, you would still need to, like, there would still be oxygen. There would still be a weather system. So, yeah. I'm going to say I wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds, because my boy's funny that way.
I thought as much. Into the great unknown we go, then. Wait a minute. Tepios? I feel like I know Tepios. Okay. The mechanical soldiers won't hesitate to answer their queen. Let us hope they have useful information. Once conditions deteriorate past a certain point, an environment becomes anathema to life, yet man is a resilient creature. If there is a way to survive, then he will surely find it. Outside of Alexandria, our knowledge of the Ninth is limited to the storm surge and passing mentions of Lindblum. That being the case, a foray across the Mist Continent would be an invaluable opportunity for discovery. Between the Asians, the Key, and the Malala, there's much to be learned. Surely we can turn up a clue to one mystery or another. Shale says, now, that's settled. I'd best be off. I still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for too long. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then. Let the rest of us make ready for a potential foray and meet at Ley Node Nemo. Somebody just patted me, and I think it's Tepios, which is kind of wild. All right. Is Tepios here? No? Huh. Did they come all the way from Famfrit to just pet me? Wild. Okay. Let's see. Ishtola says, the atmosphere is certainly less grim than when I last visited. Welcome to living memory. Ally to Her Majesty, how may I help you?
Okay. Grahatia says, Sphene has found us a suitable source of information, sparing you that duty for once. Okay. Cutscenes. This clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk PX0093. If one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its aerial suspension systems. Thus, both lift and lay node-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps Living Memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Y'shtola says, not necessarily. Lifts and lay nodes were likely the preferred modes of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. Yeah, we could do, like, manual. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Y'shtola asks. Consulting emergency systems. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would your majesty like to appropriate it? Yes. Yes, yeah. Let's go in her airship. Cryo. An airship! Ah! Yes, please. As soon as possible. With your majesty's authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. Okay. All right. Though I'm nervous about what we might find below, I'm glad we found the means to get there. As queen, I must bear witness to the truth, however terrible. Y'shtola, as I thought. Now what awaits us below, I wonder? With an airship, a large number of Alexandrians could be evacuated at once, regardless of the situation below. An excellent contingency. It never occurred to me that there might be an airship here. How fortuitous. Ina wrote in chat, mine's better. Sid wrote that. The safety tests have been successfully completed, setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Okay. Vessel is en route. Okay, cutscenes. Sphene, is that my ship? It was purpose-built for living memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the Storm Surge era. Wow, very fancy. A replica. Still, it does me good to see it. Wow, okay. This is like submarine territory. This is like steampunk. Submarine territory. I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's scary. Yeah, see that? We're gonna have to wear like some sort of suit or lightning shielding to neutralize the lightning. Oh wait, there's some plants on the ground still. Maybe these plants evolved to like survive. Okay guys, let's all admit it. My cat boy looks like an absolute derpster. What's protecting us? Oh, well, isn't that handy, chat? The gift that keeps on giving. That's great. Deep lore. The ward Alice gave me is reacting. Though not to the extent of the 13th, the theoric imbalance here is severe indeed. Yeah. It does serve to impress upon one the marvel of the barrier. Yes. The lightning in heritage found is tame by comparison. Yes. But I think they could neutralize it eventually. Like if we could neutralize the light, we could neutralize lightning. A land where Levin reigns. My cat boy is like, I still, excuse me, I drank some root beer. I still think we could maybe like figure out one day how to neutralize it. The warding scale is truly a godsend for those of us without the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profuse thanks to Vritra and the Hanish alchemists once more, says Grahatia. Sveen, that crater was once Alexandria. What? This crater? Oh, I suppose they just lifted everything up from here. Yeah. They just lifted it up into the sky. The state or it's gone completely, question mark. But I think it's like lifted up into the sky and moved into Aetheris. The state of this reflection's ether is more dire than we anticipated. I should be surprised if the Asians had no hand in the war that wrought this. Yeah, someone had to say the A word. Cryo. A sobering sight to say the least, but I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Okay. Alright. Despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Kryle's determined to press on. Okay. There are no structures, nor any other sign of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding, says Sveen. Cryo, then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? Sveen, if we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Treno, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade, and it remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in our neighborhood, so to speak. Y'shtola, not unlike our Radzat-Han. Sveen, ah yes, Alphino has spoken of Radzat-Han before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Malala homeland, correct? Sveen, funnily enough, it was also Treno where the Malala first found a home in our world. Truly? Yes, and though the Malala population elsewhere grew, most continued to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. So I guess we're gonna go to Treno. Clerk, PX0093, is this ship capable of taking us to Treno? No, you shall walk. I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Treno. One moment. Simulation complete. There's a near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh, well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Treno lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes that spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. Okay, so we're gonna try to go underground. We're gonna enter Moria. The place where my people first arrived, and I shall soon see it in person. Eager though I'm to seek new discoveries, the prospect of walking in circles for days on end does not appeal. We are fortunate to have Speen. Of late, I've spent much of my time hunched over reports. A brisk trek across a wasteland shall make for a refreshing change of pace. Graha's excited about walking. I'm not much of a walker. This tunnel appears intact. Okay. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you stay alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. Wow. Okay. Well, okay. Oh no. Well, you know what? I'll just delete these. Wait a minute, that's damn. I'll delete that. I'll get rid of that. And that. And what else? I haven't had a lot of time to sit in game and like deal with stuff, if that makes sense. I usually hop on the game to do very specific stuff and then I have to go because I don't have enough time in my life to deal with it. So this is how it's gonna go, I guess. Yeah. I'm gonna put that over here. Living memories on the 9th, as is the Mist Continent. Yes, that's what I assumed. FF10 Thunder Plains. He looks like he gets beat up for his lunch money. Alexandria is just the 14 version of Dalaran, and wow. Okay. I was chatting with some people about the 9th, and they suggested we should summon a giant titan to try to fix the lightning imbalance. Yeah, that's what I get for crafting? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, well, I'm going to go in. Yep. Wow, okay, so we're relying on Sphene for healing. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Wish me luck, everybody. The sucky summoner is now beginning. Oh, this feels like music possibly from another. Yep, lightning aspected. Okay, let's go. Let's see how many times I die. Get the death counter going. FF9 battle music? Okay. Cool. That's cool. So who won? Right now I'm winning because I'm not dead. That's about it. We're in a dungeon of a realm that has been swallowed by lightning. So all of the mobs that we're fighting have lightning. They're kind of like lightning aspected, I guess. You can see they have weird lightning coming out from them because of the lightning infusion the world was swallowed with. Not dead is a good start, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Graha. Hiccup. Paladin behavior. Paladins, I feel like, struggle to pick up mobs more than any other tank in this game. They just... It's like their AoE strike is the size of their dick, which is not big, sadly. Careful, lad, the beast fart lightning. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Okay. Done. Easy GG. So far, just mobs. Playing Summoner is probably the easiest class to do. One of the easier classes. The movement for Summoner is kind of shitty. So being reactive as a Summoner and keeping your DPS up is It's tough the first time around. But once you know the mechanics, it's probably the most brain-dead class to go into an instance as. Even I would admit that. Jonathan doesn't think the others have fared better. From a narrative standpoint, it would not be... How can I say this? From a narrative standpoint, it's better for the others. I think it's... In terms of narrative, having the few shards that remain aspected in some way is interesting. It would be interesting to have one that's not affected at all. The Ascians couldn't get into it at all for some reason. And there's something deeper and darker there than even the Ascians can handle. That'd be cool. But, you know, just to mix things up. But, yeah. There's a narrative. It makes sense narratively. Can I... put this on Graha? Okay, yeah. Okay, so Sveen is technically a scholar? Okay. Oh, I don't know if I should have done that. Okay, no, I should not have done that. You don't want to destroy the rocks. I destroyed one of the rocks. Okay, well, now I know. Sveen, for the love of God. Get the fuck out of my way. Okay. Destroying the rocks is bad, okay? Yeah, when Emmett was like, some civilizations will surprise you, some may even still exist. Yeah. I just think like it would be really cool to go to one where like they had their shit together in a bad way. Kind of like the Alligans, but like on crack. I don't know. I'm gonna guess we're going down here. Okay. Alright. Yeah, let's touch the railing. Is this made of wood? I hope we're sliding on wood, because if we're sliding on metal, we're asking for... Oh, great! Now we're running through a swamp with lightning. That's great. Okay, let's do something, Graha. I know, you're gonna hate me. Okay. Alright. Come on, Graha. Trust me.
Try this!
Yeah, okay. That did a little bit of damage. Forcing Graha to double pull. It's fine, Graha. You got it. You're a paladin, for goodness sake. Wow. This is so beautifully overgrown. You notice how there's... Wait, what? Guys, are you seeing this? Wait a minute. Hold. What in the dome? Do you think this is Ascian? Well, we're gonna find out. Hopefully Ben hasn't fallen behind. Living on the edge. Miros. Yeah. Kitty. Good kitty. Soft kitty, warm kitty. Little ball of fur. Something kitty, purr, purr, purr.
Brace yourself!
Okay. In we go. Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness. Dark Gate. Amdusius. That's a horse. Okay, so this is a boss? Okay. Okay. Where are we? Oh my lord. Guys, did you see that? I very nearly... very nearly didn't make that one. Ew. Okay. That was a lot. This horse makes some funny noises. This horse is making some weird shit noises. You probably can't hear it, but... Oh. Okay. See where Grahatia goes to. So far, no dying. I know chat probably enjoys seeing me die, but no deaths yet. Graha, though, may not last the night. What in the fudgesicle is going on? Okay. All right. This looks like Codetta Court. Okay, so this must be Treno. Treno citizens. No matter how many come, we fight hand in hand forevermore. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So there's Treno citizens helping us.
Take this.
This is so cool. I wonder if Treno was in Final Fantasy IX.
Brace yourself.
For Treno! Not for Treno. Okay. Alright. Let's pull. Okay. Wow, these... Will it let me pull? No? Damn. Oh, they're called Jabberwocks.
Allow me.
I wanted to do a double pull. Say Phoenix for the double pull.
Try this!
They're not reacting to our presence. Oh! Treno, citizen. Who in the world are you? I mean, thanks. I'm beat, still got my limbs. Okay. So they did react to our presence. Alright. Wow. Okay. They're quite beset, these people. Okay.
Hold still.
Try this!
Okay, wow. Alright. We're coming up on the final boss. I wonder what the final boss is going to be. I think we'll eventually have to face off against the true High Seraph Ultima. That's the story in the back pocket. Well, doesn't that kind of show up in Ivalice? Yeah or nay? Right? Or is that a different Ultima? Because I know there's Ultima and then there's Ultima. I definitely know that we were looking at a website of Asians, and there was one, Ultima, I forget which one, where yeah, there was like 2 or 3 Asians and left that could still be alive. Yeah. As we have a FF7 expansion, yeah, that'd be cool. We could have Sephiroth, have a whole Sephiroth theme. Can you imagine fighting in a raid with Sephiroth going on in the background with the yeah, anyway. I hope they just do it. I hope they just do it. Put Tifa in there and give her big boobs for the boys. Just like go all the way. Okay. What's happening here? Oh. Okay. Okay, what are we? Okay, just follow Grahatia. That's basically what you gotta do. Except don't stand in his tank buster. Cryo, what are you? Okay, Cryo gets plot armor. You. Ew. That was close, guys. That was so close. Oh, that was insane. Missing. Oh no. Oh no. I got that. Oh, I got hit with that one. Save me, Sven! Okay. That one I got hit on. Oh. My first debuff of the evening, folks. Maybe. I got an LB2. When to use it? Where's Graha? Here? The Ultima we fight in Ivalice is fake. Oh. Or maybe it's Ivalice's Ultima? Question mark? Oh no, my hat is on. I can't see my ear wiggle. This is a travesty. The hat needs to come off. Wow. I got an orchestrion roll. Oh. I mean, try on. Not a fan of the hood. Try on. The boots are cool. This is so medieval, guys. Oh man. Treno is safe and has been all this time. What of the injured? Are we needed to help heal them? No more screams. I wager that's a good sign. Whatever its flaws, the barrier's keeping the ethereal something at bay. Okay. Let's go. This music is wilding. Cool donga. Boss is not too complex. Cool scenery. Agree. Oh, Ivalice's Ultima is a primal, if I recall correctly. Oh, okay. I just thought it was a spell that someone was like a major big spell or whatever. But I'll revisit again when we do the.
Perimeter is clear.
Ooh.
Good work, everyone.
Okay. Okay. I need to get my hat off.
To our helpers, whoever you are.
Oh, well. This is...
Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Oh. These people are survivors.
Our helpers, were we being watched?
Kryl.
So, the city endures. And it is in much better shape than expected.
Ultima canonically predates the Sundering.
Impressive, considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale. And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
Well, I mean, this is still a win, given the state of this realm.
Thunderous heavens! It's been years since we've had visitors.
Oh, this is the Lala expansion. Ben, have you come home? Has Inna come home? Oh, that's an old Lala. That's an old one. There's an old Lala in here.
I am Miaili, the mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now.
Lala expansion incoming.
Might I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
Yeah. My name's Sphene. Oh, so you're not...
Of course. I am Sphene of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day. And sure enough, I'd swear you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago.
Yeah.
You must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the
Greetings,
tale
Miali.
from
I'm your new
own
god.
lips.
Ben going for the old women. Interesting. Very interesting.
I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please.
What happened that day?
What happened to Alexandria?
There's some new music in here, it feels like.
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria.
Yeah. That must have been a shock.
Scouting party sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
Yeah, they tried some fuckery and shit went down. And then it screwed up our world. And our raccoons were erased.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality. Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
Okay. I'm gonna get some...
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sven's condition will remain stable.
Okay.
I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about. Consider this my blessing.
In light of our purpose here, the tour of the city is indeed in order.
No.
I presume you have no objection? With your permission, then. But before we go... Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Cryle, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the others.
Okay.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
They turn out to be evil. Just like in a minute. They're all evil Lalas. They look cute. But they aren't cute. Okay, so this is like a whole instance? Is this going to be permanent? Can we come back here? Or is this just part of the dungeon? This might be just part of the dungeon. Okay, well, let's go back through the dungeon, I guess. Pep, pep. Okay, Town Hall is pretty impressive, isn't it? I bet you didn't guess that the mayor actually lives there. These days, Miali also has us using it as an emergency shelter. But the history books say it was originally an auction house. I reckon that's why it's so fancy. Auction house, you say? Thunderous heavens, I needed that. I feel positively reborn. Okay. This is extending beyond auction houses from 9. Oh. This does feel like it's extending a little bit beyond what you could see when you were doing the dungeon. Okay. Let's see. Lummel. Cryo. That must be Lummel. Heavens, I can smell the herbal aroma from here. None of the locals we've passed appear terribly distressed. As Sphene surmised, incursions must be a common occurrence. Okay, they're just used to it now. Why, if it isn't our new friends? Thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. Before anything else, though, I must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find it the teensiest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you aright. Just tip it down your throat. Surely we can survive a simple beverage. Surely. Yeah, Graha. Is this custom meant to raise the townsfolk's spirits after a trying event? Does it serve some ritual function? He seems awfully keen on our partaking. How bad could it be? Is the item description? Oh, we have PTSD about drinking, but okay, here we go. All right, let's see. We end up tempered.
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Refreshing. Shower. Delicious herk.
No need to pretend. I'm not that thin-skinned. Just do your best to keep it down.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
I can relate all too well. It's not unlike the syrup leader used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there's no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure.
They're trying to talk their way past.
Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
They're basically
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
We're basically juicing ourselves
Our
up.
Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions. and I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it?
I basically like...
Now, welcome to Treno.
Treno. Treno. Given its ability to counteract lightning's influence on the body, that remedy could be of use to the people of Alexandria as well. I'm certain Lummel would be more than happy to offer it to them. Would he? I see how drinking it would be unifying, and it is impressive they've maintained the tradition here so far from the Malala's native lands. Gasp! I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? I'm Lummel! That was me announcing her victory earlier, and since grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Treno may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Okay. Lummel is not yet ready to release you to the sweet meditations of manual labor. Yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you've come all the way out to visit us, you must have more important things in mind. And you've already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist Continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Another world. Not exactly. We actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? I kind of want to give him like a super flamboyant gay accent, but I can't do that kind of thing. No, sorry, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It's just, it's not every day that we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that it must come as something of a shock, but this is our first time in Treno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away from their work. Never fear, though. Even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate that. Thank you, Lummel. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this badge. I'll deliver some to Town Hall so you can attend to areas you haven't seen yet. Alright. Pay no attention to the catboy in the derpy hat. So now we're going to be drug mules. This is great. Let's take the hat off. Okay. Like Miali, Lummel seemed taken back by mention of Alexandria. Perhaps they had friends or loved ones who disappeared along with it. Yeah. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Rest assured that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful. Let me divide this up. Okay, so... Nico, why don't you make rounds of the southern part of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. Okay. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Usao. Oh, I don't know you. Hello, please don't be offended, but this part of the street is off limits. Not only to you, of course, it's just that there's a lot of damage, and it's dangerous for anyone to pass at the moment. In general, you should probably stay away from any of the streets that are in need of repair, or just a suggestion, but please do. Okay. Yeah, sure. Do I look like I'm gonna beat you up? Look at me. I'm the derpiest looking catboy on this planet right now. Dauntless Laborer. He must be one of the visitors Lomo mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. A grounding herbal remedy formulated to ameliorate the effects of lightning exposure. Guaranteed to free weary townsfolk of their torpor. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy. Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and copped a good dose of discharged energy for my troubles. It brought on 11 sickness, something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pelts that are highly charged with lightning ether are the most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff, and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will all be put to good use. Thanks again. That is so cool. I love that. That's cool. Okay. Diligent Inspector. There's a fresh face if I ever saw one. And what's that in your hand? Here's some Sleepless Rhapsody. Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of Sleepless Rhapsody. The name, though, is Sleepless Rhapsody. Okay. I'm proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own growery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by the invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible we'll find new varieties of herbs among our harvest. Wow. Okay, they have a whole operation here now, I guess. Reflective Fighter. Oh, it's a summoner / scholar? You're right. You're that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. Here's your potion. And you've brought the Sleepless Rhapsody. Bless you, I'm dead on my feet after that battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp, though, so in a way I'm glad for it. And I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. The thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. Now I must face my true nemesis, circles. They're so hard to draw without making them all wobbly. So the thing is like, how can I say this? Until now, all of the Asians that we have met have been here or like taller. Most of them have been in here bodies. It'd be interesting if there was an Asian in a Lala body, because they haven't been rejoined yet, right? So it would be like Asahi or like, I don't know. It would be interesting. Asian possessing a Lala body. Finished with your supply of remedy as well, have you? I expect the scent will linger on our clothing for days. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lummel's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned?
Fascinating.
I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details. I too learned much as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Spheen's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them. Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until, stone by stone, the city rises.
A noble city with noble purpose.
Graha's probably thinking about...
Is aught the matter, Lomel?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Is that a tracking device?
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
I feel like I've heard this voice actor before.
That explains
Oh,
how
this
you
is
knew
driving
when
me
they'd been
crazy.
vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so.
Oh, man. They should have had, like... My sound effects are up.
No, 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 no! She's going to kill me!
Oh, this Lala is hilarious. Is this the funniest Lala?
Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electrope engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying.
Oh, that's
Please,
funny.
I beg you. Please.
Yeah, why not? Sure, let's go meet ANA.
I suppose that's that then.
That one part of the scene, I wish it had like sound effects or something, but oh, that was great. It tracks Dragon Balls. It's a Pokemon device. If Treno's barrier is similar in design to Alexandria's, should we assume that electrope technology is standard here as well? One wonders how fearsome this ANA truly is. Lommel is vibrating with nervous energy. At the moment, ANA should be waiting just past that park. Let's be off before anyone changes their mind. Okay. Koimi. Are you enjoying the flowers? Well, the plant doesn't always bloom, but I think lifting everyone's spirits is more than worth the effort to find the seeds that do. Nevertheless, I'm relieved these weren't trampled by the beasts. They took ages to get looking this healthy. Oh. These folks are survivors, guys. It's pretty crazy. Okay. Lommel, breathe in, breathe out. Lommel is sweating rather profusely. Whenever we meet an engineer from some distant land, I can't help but to wish to introduce them to our friends at the Ironworks. Such a firestorm of questions there would be. Yeah, let's introduce ANA to Wedge. I'm pretty sure it does have sound effects. Mine are up-ish. I heard nothing. There was not even a whisper.
Our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here? Lommel, what did you do?
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
Oh, we know a place that is like jam-packed full of electrope. They got electrope coming out of their... What the fuck?
I beg your forgiveness. I'm on my knees and everything, see?
So extra.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
I'm just gonna imagine Inna is like
Please,
this
don't
in my
be.
head from now on.
We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
No, they keep asking for more work.
Please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. You'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
We can.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Oh, we can do that actually. I thought primals.
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Aye, and took care of the beasts in one fell swoop. My cat boy is so cool. Hashtag in love.
Just the one! Incredible!
Yes,
So
I'm flexing a little bit on
The
Lawless.
mine is safe for mining again.
This is the life of a Mikote.
Hooray!
Yeah, we saved you guys. We can go back in there again and kill some more if you need it.
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well. If you go, do be careful.
Maybe
And once
without
you get
that
the
outfit.
machinery up and running,
What are you
make
talking
sure
about?
to send some electrope over to the barrier service station.
Wait, what's wrong with that outfit? The cutouts are bothering you, Ben?
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany you?
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd had to go alone.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
But I want to explore the cave with Graha. And yeah, explore a cave with Graha. Well, I gotta get used to having Kryl around. They put one in mind of another pair of siblings we know, don't they? Yeah, they do. Gasp! I entirely forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I'm Kryl and this is Nico. Yes. Accompanying Lummel is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast. It's lovely to meet you. It feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I don't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. The volume of fixes that need making is one matter, but I could handle it if it weren't for those legs of mine. The paralysis flares up at the worst of times, I swear. What legs? Lawless don't have legs. You mean those little stubby things? I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine, though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They're drawn to the discharged ether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lummel has managed to break it yet again, sigh, I do have this though. Toss some at a sprite and you can suppress its ability to sense aether nearby. That usually gets them wandering out of the city towards more fertile ground. Lawless with lipstick on are creepy AF. So we needn't fight them? We find it's safer not to. When threatened, they'll siphon energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running, or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. I would hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. We'll want to split up again to cover more ground. Are you ready to go? Okay. Appreciate the help. I'll be here working on the detector while you're away. Okay. So we're going to go to a vantage point. Doesn't feel like a vantage point, but okay. All right. You scan the area thoroughly. You see no lightning sprites. Scan the area thoroughly. You see no lightning sprites. Okay. Oh, do we see one now? Oh. Lightning sprites, time to test your tossing arm has arrived. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay. 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 It's not timed. It's not requiring actual reactivity. We're good. Yes. I'm ready to toss. There we go. Done and dusted. Back to Annie. You're back. Were there many sprites? 3. Just a handful on your route then. Could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them. We're much obliged. Okay. Annie seems concerned for Cryle. Cryle is taking a while, being new to the city. If something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Would you check on her? She started off in the direction of Town Hall. Okay. Okay, so she says that she got the detector running again. There are no signals. Several diminutive folk about. None appear to be Cryle. Perhaps one spotted her passing through. Affable local. Lala's kidnapping Lala's. Okay. Hey. Oh, that's facial hair. You're looking a mite lost there, lad. Aught I can help with? Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? I presume you mean Kryle. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention she saved my hide. I can't believe I missed that lightning sprite till it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her that I got out unscathed. But a bit awkward striking up a conversation after that, and it had been a while since I talked to anyone I haven't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folk at ease like Miali. I quite enjoyed telling her about the city. Yeah, where is she now? When we're done chatting, she went off toward the canal. Had a touch of melancholy about her, though, and I wasn't sure why. Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now. What? Did you start talking about her parents? Like, this is probably the city that her parents came from, if we're going by the fashion of the clothing and stuff like that. Hey, Kryle. Have you seen this piece of shite? His name is called In a Minute. He's like this Lala friend of mine. I don't know. Okay, voicing? Let's see.
Ah, were you looking for me? I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear?
I'm here now.
The Source and the Ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it. Remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with. But I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The Source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents... it struck me that to simply choose the Source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been.
And now that you have?
I feel even less certain than before. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the Source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
Well, that's a good conundrum. I think it helps if you get a boyfriend. You need a Runar to kind of help sweeten the deal. So then you have a friend here that matters just as much as the friend at home, if that makes sense. Like, This is a very good question for Cryle. This is a very, very good question for Cryle to face. She should talk with Y'shtola as well, because Y'shtola also is somebody who's going to choose between two worlds, so to speak. Thanks for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. And when I find it, I hope you'll be there. But we've kept ANA waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. Dawntrail was supposed to be 2 expansions. Part of me... We can only guess what went on behind the scenes when the writers and the team sat down and started fleshing out their ideas, as they usually do. But there were some aspects about the first part of Dawntrail, the part that's not linked to the 9th and Solution 9. There's some aspects of the first part that tell me that if they had a plan to make the first part a complete expansion, they jettisoned it within the first day of talking. Like, the first part, the first world that we meet, which is Tural, is lacking something so fundamental. I can't believe that they cut it out. It almost makes me think it was never planned to be what it should have been from the beginning, if that makes sense. Because the issue with Tural as a whole continent, as a whole narrative space, as a setting, is so fundamental and massive that they had to have planned that on purpose to have been that way as a front piece for what came after. I think it was a bad idea. I don't think it was a good idea. And this is where we have to talk about vision. This is where I'm saying, if you don't really think about your vision and the ramifications of the vision, I think it ends up torn into places, you know, where you have one part of a world that's undercooked and one part of the world that has to be undercooked because there's no room for it to be fully cooked, if this makes sense. So Solution 9 and onward, I think, could carry a whole expansion. But the Tural that we got could not carry a whole expansion. Now, could they have written Tural differently to carry a whole expansion? Yes. Yes. They could have. But the way Tural was written makes me believe that if it was at one point more complicated and problematic, it did not remain so for very long. In my opinion, I think they walked into that room thinking, we need to lower the stakes, which is the smart thing. You need to lower the stakes, right? We need to lower the stakes, but they made the mistake of believing that removing meaningful conflict was the same as lowering the stakes. Makes the Stormblood comparisons more apt? Yes, I agree, Ben. I want more of the Survivors of the Apocalypse type stories with surviving reflections. Yeah, I don't mind that idea. Tales from the Shadows was really good, yeah. The segment here, Crow's emotional weight and sudden attachment. Yes, these are her people, but I feel like we needed to spend much more time with them, but that would be a second hub type of thing. It's not just the Vidrol's epic. There's something more culturally... Let's just say I picked up on something during my research that... I'm not going to put it in my review. I'm going to leave it for a video beyond the reviews. I'm going to have a tinfoil hat on my character, and let's just say I found something in my research that made me think that Tyrol was handled differently for reasons that were unfortunately not narrative considerations. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, here's my problem with the scene with Cryo. Okay, first off, I'm not a huge Cryo fan, so I need to spend more. Well, I need. How can I say this as clearly as I can? I can understand if Cryo feels this way, right? Like if Cryo came to me and said, I feel torn between these two worlds, I'd be like, oh wow, yes, okay. But my only issue with this is that we have not really spent time in Alexandria. Now, she might be counting that time that she spent with her parents in living memory. She might be counting that as being part of this world. Okay, so let's say that Cryo considers all of the time that we spent in living memory and onward as being exploring her world. The problem with this, for me anyway, is that she only probably spent a couple hours with her parents before she had to say, you know, sorrowful goodbye to them. And she's only spent a couple hours, maybe a half a day, here in this world. I just don't feel there's any personal connection to this world that she would get this emotional about it. Okay? Now, she is a moral character. She is a nurturer. She is a mother. She is like a nurturing aunt. I could see that she would have more empathy, sympathy, compassion for people, and that her heart would be very easily touched. I do believe that about Cryo. But my only problem is that Cryo had a relationship with Galuf and Graha from a young age, and the Charlayans. She's been working with the Baldesian Annex and all of that. She has these relationships, so I understand why she would struggle to let Aetheris go, but I don't know why she's struggling to let Treno go, because she doesn't know anybody personally here. And you could say, well, Cryo has always been a soft-hearted character. I think it's a lot of weight to go at once. I would have pushed this conversation back to the end of this patch. So have her talk more with ANA and Lummel and people, and then have her sit down and have to weigh it. Doing that right here in the middle of this patch was a mistake. I would have pushed it to the end of the 0.4, like to the end of this patch, or in 0.5, because at this point in time I'm like, okay, like maybe I'm a heartless person, but we've literally just landed here And like, granted, living memory and Alexandria sort of counts as being part of the 9th. I just think this is rushed. But maybe some people feel that Cryo would feel sympathetic right away. She is a nurturer by nature, and she is more motherly and more easily touched by people's plights. So it's within the realm of possibility. It just feels less, it feels a bit more contrived and misplaced. It should have been, I think it should have been pushed back a bit so that we could see her building a relationship with ANA and Lommel and all of these people. And then she would have to be like, oh, wait a minute, what am I doing here? A tinfoil hat video? Yes, please. Yeah, it's gonna happen, Epic. I agree, Tyrell is very massive, and to me it feels like there's a bit of hollowness. Yeah, Epic, I saw your comment, and I think you and I are going to have some simpatico when I get to the narrative stuff. Dawntrail was also the first time Square Enix said they hired a consultant company to not offend people. You're touching on what I discovered, Jonathan. My biggest issue with Zerolja was the Garlean Xenos disrespect, followed by his lack of characterization. Yeah. So the Zerolja problem is that, okay, so you got someone who's smack-talking Garleans and Xenos, right? Okay, that's cool. But why? But why? Right? So, like, okay, so he's smack-talking the Garleans Xenos. I'm fine with that. I want to meet people who think that the Garleans are small fry. But Zerolja, unfortunately, doesn't... Yeah, Zerolja as a whole is one of the red neon warning signs of the whole Dawntrail expansion, which is so fascinating to me. I just don't know. Did anyone else watch any other streamers' response to Dawntrail? Like, did anyone else talk about Zerolja? Am I the only one? Like, anyway, yeah. I can't start talking too much, otherwise my whole review will come out. But yeah, I hear you with her perspective of her world. I like her words and her feelings, what she conveys, but it feels like we're missing scenes. Yeah, they should have pushed it back, Epic. They should have pushed it back. You know what I mean? We need more time with her. Like, we need to have a montage. Okay, this is what we should have had. Okay, in that moment where ANA says, "Can you go find Cryo?" We should have found Cryo surrounded by like 3 or 4 people building relationships and just talking with people. And then maybe someone says, "Oh, you come from this world, welcome home." And then her character's like, "Oh." Then we do more questing, and then at the end of 7.4 she has the scene right here that we just had. It was Buster was my issue. We could have clapped him so fast. Yeah, once again, this is the problem. We needed to see why we should fear him. Even if we could clap him, Ben. See, the point isn't whether we can clap him, okay? That's not my concern, right? We're going to be able to clap a whole bunch of people. My concern isn't whether can we fight him 1v1, right? Somebody who is weak and has small dick energy is going to badmouth somebody like Xenos, even though they couldn't 1v1 Xenos like we could. I mean, we basically almost died because of our battle with Xenos. We barely got out of there. So, what I mean to say is, I am not concerned about whether we can 1v1 Zerolja. My point of contention is, we saw none of his beyond one, maybe two, one cutscene, maybe two if we count the fight with Valley Gormanda, we didn't see anything really in terms of his capabilities. We just heard people telling us that he was awesome, and we don't understand why he would feel that way. Is he just saying words because he has small dick energy? Is he like a small kid trying to put on airs and be better than the people that he's heard about? Is he being ignorant? Or does he actually have something up his sleeve? So that's where I'm saying is like, there was a seriously, yeah. Some people I've talked to online have discussed the failure. Yeah. I think a lot of streamers so far that and some YouTube video makers that I've tried to stay away from have mentioned Wuklamat a lot and Kwana. I think that's the red herring. I think Zoralja is where we need to talk, because there is no who said Tural was hollow? Epic said Tural was hollow. Zoralja is hollow. He's a paper tiger. And I'm fine with a paper tiger, but I need to know, why is he a paper tiger? How did he get to the point of being a paper tiger? I hope this makes sense. So I don't need to always face an enemy that I can backslap with one hand and they'll fall down. You know what I mean? Like Calyx, I'm sure that if we went physically 1v1 Calyx, we would like cough on him and he'd probably fall over. You know what I mean? But with Calyx, we have an idea of what's at stake with him psychologically and why this matters to him and why we are a threat to him. But with Zoralja, it was all hearing from people. We never could see, really. So, yeah. Or did the writers think that would make him sound cool and badass? I don't know about that. Yeah. I just think it feels hollow. I just think he's hollow. FF14 has done a better job of conveying threatening characters? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Ben. Yeah, I think you and I are on the same page insofar as Zoralja lacks threat, and that's a problem. That's a problem. In fact, technically speaking, I think we could have taken on Sphene, right? Like the fake Sphene. One of my favorite moments in Dawntrail is when the fake Sphene says that she will become what she needs to be for her people, and she transforms, you know, into the Dark Sphene, who puts that, you know, countdown initiative into, you know, into motion. Now, how did that actually visualize on the screen? Not very well. So there's that. We got to talk about that also. But basically, I think right now, the biggest thing I would probably tell the writers is to firm up their vision so they don't send mixed signals, and take time. And if it's too big, then reassess scope and cut or split. And also think about their villains, their antagonists. Make sure that the antagonists are properly given time to... The only reason why Xenos works the way Xenos does is because we spent a lot of time with him. In fact, some of my favorite streamers hated him by the end, and they completely missed out the point of what Xenos was. So I think a good antagonist like Emmett or Xenos is somebody we've spent time with. And I just don't feel like we took time with Zeralja at all. There was a lot of a facade, but we don't really know what's going on with him at all on any level. But then his soul snatched up as S9 fuel for vague soul magic. His story was snatched up by S9 story is completely cannibalized as Zeralja, and the fact that he was Thrall's favorite son. A lot of talk. Yeah. Like, and why did he get that way? Where did Galul Jaja fail as a father? Right? Galul Jaja is this warm fuzzy bear. Everybody loves him. Everybody loves Galul Jaja. It's like Kakua, right? Everyone loves Kakua. Get to living memory? I felt like Kakua was gaslighting her kid. Remember how angry I was? So it would be great to see parents who are great, but just really shitty parents. Like MLK, for example, Martin Luther King Jr., bless his heart. Changed America. Terrible dad. So I think there's like it would behoove us to ask what was wrong with Galul Jaja's parenting that his son would do that. And I just replayed that part of Dawntrail where Galul Jaja dies. And he's like, my son, and I gotta kill him because he's my son. My question was like, how did your son even get this way? How did he get here? What happened? Is this jealousy? Did he lose someone? What? Like, there's no context. We have context for Dola. We have context for Yotsuyu. We have context for Nidhogg. We have context for Vothri. We have context for Emmett. We have context for we have context for most of the tribes in A Realm Reborn. We have context for Emperor Zondi. We have no context for Zeralja. None. Just think about it. It's this massive gaping hole. It's crazy. You miss one piece in a story and everything goes whoop. And it's not just Zeralja. I just need to clarify this. It's not Zeralja. What it points to is an inability to correctly handle conflict in the story. So I think Dawntrail has an issue with the with showing conflict correctly, which is a big deal for the beginning of a 10-year arc. I think it is something that you should have thought about very, very, very carefully. Was Xenos the pinnacle? Well, given that it takes 8 of us to fit, it takes a warrior of light and 8 adventurers. We're not going to get into a discussion about whether the other 7 warriors of light. So if we're talking about Endsinger, okay, Endsinger has 1 warrior of light fighting, potentially, if that's what you believe, and then 7 adventurer friends that they call on, who I thought would be warriors of light, but other people believe they aren't warriors of light, they're just normal adventurers that you call, okay? And then, on top of that, we have Estinian, Alice, Alphano, Y'shtola, Riange, Thancred, and Grahatir. And then we also have 7 people praying for us to shield us at one point in time. So we're about as supercharged as we can get, and it still takes us this amount of people to get Endsinger down. So Ensinger is a pretty big thing, because it took us this much to get her down. Xenos was a 1v1 for Warrior of Light. But is that... If the Warrior of Light had 7 adventurers with him and 7 people praying to protect the Warrior of Light from Xenos' attacks, would Xenos not have melted? Well, we beat him 1v1 we beat him 1v1 at the after Ensinger, but my understanding is we fight Ensinger, we're probably beat up from Ensinger, then we are going into our fight with him already pushed to the max. That's why we collapse. We don't collapse because Xenos is more powerful than Ensinger. We collapse because we've already had to deal with Ensinger. Oh, what about the assassins after Wuklamat? Yeah, well, there's a lot missing, Epic, that is just not explained. There's just not a lot explained. Like, yeah, Tyrol is a mess. No, you're missing my point. If it took 8 people to overcome Ensinger, okay, and then the Warrior of Light, after fighting Ensinger, is feasibly probably pushed to the limit with that, requiring that many people to get Ensinger down. Obviously, Ensinger is more powerful than Xenos, because we technically beat Xenos in a 1v1 when we ourselves have just come out of a massive fight that required a lot more people. If we went into our 1v1, so if we fought Xenos with the same amount of people that we fought Ensinger, Xenos would have melted. Wasn't Xenos also fighting the Ensinger alongside us as a dragon? I don't recall seeing him. Was there any attack from him in the trial? I don't believe so. He was just carrying us on his back. Unless you noticed a spell coming from Xenos, I'm not sure. But if we fought Xenos with 7 people praying for us, and 7 adventurers, and the Warrior of Light, I don't think Xenos would have lasted as long. If you think about it, Xenos beat us twice in Stormblood. Yeah. We beat him at once. At the end of Stormblood, Elidibus Xenos beats Warrior again, although we were disabled from the calling. Yeah, but that's not Xenos, that's Elidibus. We could say Xenos' body. I don't know if I would count Elidibus and Xenos' body as counting. Let me know when you hit the next unlock. Okay. Yeah. I'm just not sure if Xenos is more powerful than Ensinger. And I don't know if the Warrior of Light is as powerful as some people want to think the Warrior of Light is. I think the Warrior of Light is rather powerful, but I don't think the Warrior of Light is, and I don't think the Warrior of Light should be the most powerful person on the planet or universe. That's ridiculous. Like, narratively, that does not make sense. Elidibus and Xenos' body lost to Xenos and Rando body. Elidibus can't use it properly. Yeah. I don't count Elidibus and Xenos' body as being the same thing. Ben makes a very good point there. Our score with Xenos at best is 2-2. If you count Elidibus, it's 2-3 in Xenos' favor. Yeah, I would say 2-2 is fair. So maybe Xenos, maybe Xenos is not equal to Endsinger in power, but could be like 2 levels down. So still a challenge for us, but not like an ultimate challenge. Like, for example, if they bring in something like Ultima, the High Seraph, right? I hope that the Ultima High Seraph would be like Endsinger, where you would need a whole bunch of people to fight Ultima, the High Seraph. Like, I would hope that that's what it would require. But yeah, power leveling, there's a few things that they try to sidestep, and part of me admires it and part of me sees where it can cause some trouble, especially with some people. They sidestep, number one, they sidestep time a lot. They sidestep time and like the flow of time, right? How long do things take to go from one place to another? That's a big deal for some people. And it certainly raises questions about some things, right? And I'm not talking about the twins aging. I'm talking about simple things like how fast does it take for a dragon to fly over an ocean? That kind of bullshit. Then we have the power leveling. That's a thing that we could consider. Like, is it something like Endsinger and then something like Athena and then Xenos? Something like that. Like, and then like Asians, Xenos / Asians, and then lower Asians, like that. Like, we don't, like, where's the power level, right? Where do we land on that power level? And then, of course, related to the power leveling is the question, of course, of the role of Dynamis, which I think should be like the research should happen at some point in side quests. So I think the Charlans or the Thavnarians should be looking into Dynamis or Akasha, and then they should be able to kind of talk about who can use it, when can they use it, how can they use it. This is something that these are questions we should be asking Banri Oda, and ask Banri Oda, hey bro, I'm fine with not knowing these answers, but tell me that at least you know the rules of your world, right? That's all that matters, really, because we can guess at the rules from how the story is told. But if the story is not being told clearly, then we start to feel like the writers don't know what they're doing. And that's a problem, because reading and enjoying something requires trust. So, yeah. Endsinger is powerful because the power of Dynamis is so intense. Yeah. For sure. I used to think that the power of Warrior of Light was etherically boosted to match the ethereal threat of what we fought, that being Warriors of Light meant we could physically withstand that power, but now it feels more soft and story convenience. I like Goul Jaja because he, while Half-Life, fought us to stand still while we were much more in our prime, but that didn't stick. Once Nidhana said that, Nidhana asks a question. Have you ever surpassed your limits out of sheer desperation, basically? And that's like the general gist of her question. And that instantly explained to me limit break. It explained to me why we can survive a whole bunch more than usual. And I always figured we were more etherically dense because we are rejoined one more time, but we are not super powerful. I never envisioned us as being like god tier. I figured that my character is dying in the game a lot, so there's a level of, they like to explain the meta narratively. There's a precedent for that with the party finder and Grahatir calling on the champions across the rift. So I personally think that the Warrior of Light is completely capable of being extremely hurt or so on and so forth, like not having all the power, and that the only reason why we have survived thus far is because we instinctively use Dynamis. I don't know what rules you're talking about, Epic. Can you explain what rules? I'm gonna go get my cinnamon bites. I'll be back while Epic writes it, because I don't know what rules we are contradicting, frankly. I got cinnamon bites. While Epic types, I'm going to click on ANA. I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now we can relax until my brother does the same. With your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble, unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hune and the Eldite before the Milala came.
Oh, like Hume and
So
elves?
Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the storm surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, well, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household, and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
We were left behind because we didn't meet the height requirement. Yeah, they hate Lalas, Ben. Grandmother used to tell stories of the Milala homeland all the time, but it was the part where the ocean froze over that always fascinated me most. The vast open sea turned to ice. Imagine. Yeah. Cryo's speculating as to the cause of your allies' delayed return. I think the Mikote traveled over the ice as well during the ice calamity. Earlier, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Raha, but how much trouble is that precisely? One would think they ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take it Mieli's curiosity is sated. For the moment, I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria as well as events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seems she knew of the relic long before we did and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? Yes, but I would love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Mieli herself is making her rounds through the city. We have time. Oh, epic. Oh, I see. I think I see. Okay. No. I'm going to have to disagree with the reading on what Zodiark did. I don't believe Zodiark pushed away Dynamis. I think that's probably where my reading of the situation is different. Yeah. Unless they put it somewhere, in the encyclopedia, I think that's a misreading of the situation. I do. I disagree. Yeah, I don't think it was pushing back. No. If it pushed back Dynamis, if Zodiark was pushing back Dynamis entirely, we would all be dead. We would literally all be dead. Like, there would be no we would literally not exist. The whole point of Hydaelyn splitting was to make us more like Entelekis so we could survive and use Dynamis. And the whole point that Nidhana pointed toward is that we've been using Dynamis from day one in the game. Like that moment when Hydaelyn says, I don't have the power to shield you, and we covered in white light when we fight Ultima's Bane. That was us using Dynamis. Dynamis always exists in everything. What Zodiark was specifically doing was stimulating artificially the ether so that the ether wouldn't completely disappear under Dynamis. I don't know if anyone here has ever watched the episode from The Forest. What's it called? Oh my gosh, it's in X-Files. It's about the bugs in the forest. Does anyone remember? Anyway, in the episode, they learned that there's these little bugs that feed off of humans, but they are unable to handle the light. Okay? So as long as there is light, it is believed that they won't come near towards you. So they're alone in this cabin with a failing light bulb. They're waiting for the sun to rise. And Scully realizes that everything is covered in the little termite bugs. And Mulder tells her they're always there, they simply don't swarm. I don't believe that Dynamis is completely gone from Aetheris, and we can't use Dynamis. We can always use Dynamis, and because we are Entelekis, insofar as we are etherically thin. Now, of course, as a warrior of light, we have, I think, is it 8 rejoinings under our belt now? So we've been rejoined 8 times. So we are etherically denser than everybody else except Graha. I think Graha is also etherically dense, but only by 1 rejoining, not by a whole bunch of rejoinings. So the whole point of Zodiark wasn't to push away Dynamis. The whole point of Zodiark was to keep the ethereal currents active so as to create a barrier from being swarmed by Meteon's specific use of Dynamis, not Dynamis in general. So let's keep going. It would be easy to see that there's enough usable Dynamis on the star after Zodiac fell, and it allows Meteon's plan to move forward. No, it can't be Dynamis. Yeah, I think I have to disagree with. I don't think that Zodiark was pushing all of Dynamis away. Dynamis is like dark matter or an atom. It exists regardless. I disagree with that interpretation of the text. 9/14ths of Azim. Are we 9/14ths? I thought there was 7 rejoinings. And then we rejoin with Ardbert, so we're 8. Are we not? Okay, so my understanding is Dynamis is infused in everything, like atoms or dark matter, like it's everywhere. And Dynamis was present with us all the way at the beginning. But the Dynamis swarm that Medion represents was being kept out from the aether that was being stimulated. 8 plus the original 1. Wasn't there 7 rejoinings? Original soul piece plus 7. Oh, yeah, I suppose 9. Yeah, you're correct. 9. Here, I'll try to explain how I viewed it from the beginning, okay? I'm bringing out, sorry, Ben. We will get it done tonight, though, I promise. Okay, we're gonna put Meteon over here, and this is, I'm gonna color it blue for Dynamis. Okay, so that's blue. Now over here is Aetheris. I'll make this circle bigger. And I'm gonna color it purple, because Aetheris is made of ether. It's full of ether, right? Now, at some point, Aetheris, we learn that Dynamis is also present in everything. It is a field that we don't understand. It's everywhere. And Meteon was specifically able, so Bluebird here, was specifically able to only draw from the blue. But it was through everything and in everything. Now, when Meteon went dark, she was eroding with Dynamis an ethereal rich planet. And Vana, basically, as far as I understood, rejoined and split so that the ether was split. Well, presumably as well, like Dynamis to a degree was split also, right? Because like both are like forces or whatever. But the ether currents could be stimulated enough to ensure that complete corruption doesn't happen, so that it basically stabilizes. There was a balance. As long as light and dark were balanced, which is probably why Elidibus existed. As long as light and dark were balanced, this blue stuff wouldn't take over completely. But at the same point in time, Dynamis still existed here. And that is where the Warrior of Light has their limit breaks. Our limit breaks are not just pure ether. Our limit breaks are ether stimulated by our Dynamis connection. And the reason why this Dynamis connection exists in the first place is because Vana knew we needed to have Dynamis to beat Dynamis. The whole point of the Warrior of Light is that we have Dynamis and we have Ether, both. And we can't beat Medion without Dynamis. So we've been using Dynamis from the beginning. Dynamis has always been there. It never went away. It's always been there. But it's being held at bay because it's currently being, it was being misused or corrupted by Meteon. But Dynamis itself, it was everywhere and could be used everywhere. And the only reason why it didn't take over the planet before Zodiark was killed was because Zodiark existed to kind of like shield, like keep it at bay without eradicating it. I do not believe it was completely eradicated. Yeah. You're confusing Aether and Dynamis? No. I'm saying, as far as I read the lore, Aether is on one plane of existence, or part creates the physical world. And on a completely separate plane of existence, but sharing the same space, is Dynamis. And basically you can push off this effect with a combo. Yes, that's Ben is getting what I'm trying. All I'm saying is that Dynamis still exists on Aetheris. You can't extract Dynamis from the plane of existence. The Dynamis is the emotional world. The world of emotions, or will. It exists completely here. And all that Zodiark was doing was ensuring that Ether continued to exist, and that we, as Dynamis creatures and etheric creatures, could continue to will our existence against Medion. The whole walk that Hydaelyn is doing is not just a walk of Ether, it's a walk of Dynamis as well. All creatures, when she split them, were created to be more in touch with Dynamis in order to fight Dynamis. If Zodiark literally pushed all Dynamis out of this planet, everybody would be dead. Like, there would be... like, nobody would exist anymore, and the Ascians could literally just walk in and take everything. That's it. I don't know where people got the pushed away part. But, as Epic pointed out, there's a translation problem. And there's a lore problem. Because I clearly got something very different from this story. I think the way you're trying to explain it is that Zodiark is a functional water umbrella. Yeah, sort of. But not quite. Because, once again, if Zodiark was completely pushing away all Dynamis, the Dynamis creatures that Hydaelyn created on purpose would have died before the first rejoining, right? Because at that point in time, nobody was etherically dense at all. So my argumentation is that Dynamis always exists within us, and we've been accessing Dynamis from the first dungeon. But it's not a full-fledged darkness of Dynamis. Medion does not hold all of the Dynamis of the universe. She simply has gathered a bunch of Dynamis and darkened it and corrupted it, and we're sending our Dynamis to her to fight her Dynamis with our Dynamis and our Ether. Both. We're using both. We literally represent balance. I don't know. Yeah, but once again, that's not all of Dynamis. It's literally fighting Dynamis with Dynamis. That's why Hydaelyn made us to have Dynamis. Hydaelyn made us to have more chances to touch Dynamis, because she knew that her people, Emmet and the Unsundered Ascians, can't fight Dynamis. So she literally decided, I'm going to etherically diminish people on purpose and make them Dynamis sensitive so they can fight Dynamis. Epic, are you quoting from a specific book? Epic, are you quoting from a specific encyclopedia? Like, are you quoting from a Wikipedia online, or are you quoting an encyclopedia written by FF14? I'm gonna wait for Epic to source his quote, and then I'll deal with. Yeah, okay, that's a wiki. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna trust that wiki quote until the team fuck up and put that in their encyclopedia. I'm going to huge question mark that. Now, Epic asks a good question. Well, the Warrior of Light is 9/14. So the Warrior of Light is etherically dense. No? Right? So why can we use Dynamis? Let me just circle the important number here. This is number 1, important number. Number 2, important number. Okay, once again, we are still only 9/14. We still have a bunch of non-ether in us. We are nowhere near our full ether capacity. We are still open to Dynamis. Can we do MSQ soon? Sure. It's still early for me, I think. Yeah, it's still early. We'll get it done. I'm gonna put this down. FF14. I'm questioning that wiki reading. I'm gonna be frank, Epic. However, I do agree with Epic that the lore needs to be firmed up. That I will agree with. They need to fix this, because clearly it's from Hermes mostly. Hermes might not know what he's talking about. Like, at one point, Grahatia assumes that the people from the world that sent him to the first are now dead. You can have lots of... We can have Nidhana being incorrect as well. We don't know. But given what I've seen so far, I don't think that Wikipedia is entirely correct. I just don't. Does this mean that maybe the lore people should, like, step in and clarify this? Absolutely, 110%. But yeah. Hermes doesn't know, but the elephant does? Yeah, I do actually. I think there's a higher chance that the elephant would over Hermes, because Hermes and the Asians are etherical people who lived in a bubble and were unable to conceive of something like that, whereas us creatures who are split and are more open to the effects of Dynamis within our own lives would notice that this was happening, because the flowers exist, the Elpis exists. Once again, if we go back to the NFT that I made, if all Dynamis, okay, think about it this way, if all Dynamis was completely pushed away from the planet and repelled, how would the flower exist and work? It doesn't. Dynamis is still on the planet. It's just not the full effect of Medion's Dynamis can affect the planet. If there was 0 Dynamis on Aetheris, Elpis wouldn't work. But and these people had Elpis for ages with flowers that were changing color, and at no point in time were they going, oh gee, I wonder why that is. So it just shows you that just because you're powerful and you are the ancients, you don't know everything. And I think Hydaelyn recognized that there was this huge blind spot that her people could not handle, so she split her people, and people like the Thavnarians could come up with a theory, an answer, that because we were more ready to believe because of who we are and how we were created. And because of our interactions with Dynamis, we could see those interactions. Whereas apparently Hermes only figured it out over time, insofar as he made Medion, but even he didn't know exactly what he was dealing with. He didn't even get a peer review. Remember when tempering was incurable? Yeah. The ancients were playing with creation magics and probably assumed the flowers were a product of that. Yeah. Yeah, to me, it didn't, Epic. But I think it would be great if, I do agree with you, I think it would be great if the lore people came out and said, hey. To me, it didn't disprove anything. The ancients not understanding that Dynamis existed, the fact that Hermes was playing with something he couldn't even really feel himself, the fact that Dynamis still exists with the flower before Zodiac falls shows that the flower was working, which means that Dynamis exists, and that limit breaks are Dynamis within us. I don't think the repelling Dynamis entirely from the planet works for me at all. And until Ben Riota comes out and clarifies it, I don't see any reading from Elpis that tells me that that's true. Yeah. Just think of the currents as just that, a mass of ether constantly moving, enough to drown out the majority of Dynamis being hurled at the planet. I'm sure some of it gets through though. Well, that's where I think we're thinking about Dynamis like incorrectly. Dynamis is a field, and the field has a nexus of negativity because somebody fucked up with their entelechy, and that negativity is what is corrupting Dynamis and ether. But the field itself is, we can resist that. Every time somebody in this story makes a force, like a choice for good, was pushing back against this is why Endwalker is so fascinating, because Endwalker is literally telling us that every single time a character in this story made a choice for hope, made a choice for love, made a choice for family, made a choice to sacrifice for the greater good, they were literally influencing the field of Dynamis and pushing back against Medion thematically. as well as physically. The whole picture of Hydaelyn walking is a picture as well, not just of Hydaelyn physically walking or Hydaelyn trucking through the ages as a crystal. It also is Hydaelyn and us walking, and us interacting with Dynamis and pushing back against the Dynamis of despair. Like, Dynamis is everywhere. It's a field. It's not a question of getting through. All that's not getting through is corruptive, malicious Dynamis. Of course, there's like corruptive, malicious Dynamis inside as well, probably, but like nothing like Medion. Anyway. Yeah. Good heavens. Well, I will be replaying Endwalker. I'm going to pay attention to all the sections that turned Epic off, and I will create my own lore video on Dynamis, because it seems like there's some weird lore theories about Dynamis, and I do wish Boundary Oda could come out and just clarify it. I wasn't certain if we should divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandria's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best. Okay. I have a mind to reestablish diplomatic relations with Treno, but it goes without saying that there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. The least of these is that any travel I would require passage through Tural. To begin with, I shall have to consult with Gaussen and the Vow of Resolve. If the Milala arrived in Treno immediately after fleeing the source, I can understand how its mayor might be privy to knowledge of the key, particularly when that mayor is a Milala herself. Okay. Okay, let's wait. Yeah, I don't see it that way, Epic. You and I will have to part ways on that one.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say.
Our Lala of the century here.
Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Oh man, you know who he reminds me of? I realized. Doesn't he remind you of the voice of Stewie from Family Guy? Is anyone else getting it?
Have you two finished regaling the mayor?
I'm just thinking of Stewie now.
Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert.
Oh?
All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelters. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters.
Okay.
The Doom train is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters.
All right.
The Doom train. Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war? You know of it. I've never seen it myself, but according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front. In order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment, a powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails. It passed near Treno some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents.
Oh.
I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Treno.
Yane, no!
Goodbye, Lala.
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
I wish I were a fighter like you two.
Yeah, but
Keep her
Epic, once
safe with
again,
you,
they don't have
please.
a hive mind like Medion did, so it wouldn't be as impactful. So a small amount of people, or even a large group of people,
While destroying the Doom Train would be preferable,
etherically
we should
thin
seek to delay its advance at the very least.
creatures using Dynamis would still not be able
can't be
to
thinking of
impact
biting its
things
head
on
on.
a major level.
That's madness.
But that's the whole point. That's why there's a balance. It actually, for me, if I was going to say that one thing in the story that always annoyed me was what the fuck is Elizabeth actually doing? And so I think my explanation of how I read the text in terms of Dynamis and Ether and Light and Dark makes way more sense as to what his role ought to be, because he can't have both going out, basically. So yeah, I definitely does Strummer have right item level? We can handle this. But yeah, I liked Dynamis made sense to me.
If your
Dynamis
mind
made
is made
sense
up,
to me.
there may be a way. There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train that stopped there.
Thematically, it made sense as well. That's why I actually like
Raha mentioned
Endwalker
that
over
before, did he not?
Shadowbringers.
The Doom train will have to pass through the depot to reach Treno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform
I would
from
say
which
yes.
we launch a sustained
Jonathan.
counteroffensive.
Foxy
Is that your
says
proposal?
yes. Yeah, I agree with Foxy, yes.
It'd be better than trying to smash
But
the
they're
bloody
not
thing before it runs
completely
us all over.
over yet.
And if it might save Ayane, I'll do whatever it takes. Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Lumel,
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
Who is calling you a troll, Epic? Is someone calling you a troll in my chat? Wait a minute. I'm going to go up there. I don't think anybody called you a troll, right? Okay, nobody's calling Epic. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. No, you are not a troll, Epic. We're having a lively debate, and we are theory crafting. And Epic, I honestly hope that some people will hear our ideas and consider them, because both you and I would like to believe I also, are genuinely attempting to tackle this question, because it hasn't been confirmed as precisely as it could be. This is a very easy fix. All we have to do is have a Charlan side quest where a bunch of Charlans are standing around and they decide to hook up with some Thavnarians, and they go on a little jaunt and they figure this out and they firm it up. Like, it wouldn't take that much difficulty to figure it out. You fucking troll. I got you, Strimmer. Yeah. No, okay, good. I don't think you are being a troll, Epic. But I will say that yeah, to me, Endwalker's thematics made so much sense because of how I was viewing Dynamis. And it made Endwalker extremely, extremely powerful and meaningful for me. And so I think that's why I don't understand why the wiki is saying what it is saying, because it actually does not explain the presence of Elpis flowers and how they work. And now, of course, there are people who are going to point out these irregularities, and they're going to say, oh, there are irregularities. And I think that there are irregularities on my side of the argument, and there are irregularities on your side. But I feel like a lot of how I view it makes the irregularities go down in number. So I do wish Banri Oda could come out, because I think Banri Oda is the person who deals with lore. Banri Oda just has to come out, give a statement. But personally, I would prefer if they didn't do a statement and they just, how can I say this? Told it in the story, right? Show, don't tell, right? If anyone can stop a speeding weapon of war, it is Nico. But we must also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. If its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it... Okay, so this is going to be a trial of some kind, I guess, or a dungeon? There's no telling how many will charge Treno's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps Yushtol and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Nico, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Okay. Alright. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Godspeed. Okay, Ben, do you want to do the trial with me? We can see if we can get the trial on Dynamis. I think if we become fully rejoined, we might have the same issues of sensing it like the ancients, but it's not 100% there. Yeah. I think if we were 100% rejoined, we would lose touch with Dynamis again, but we would be sensitive to Dynamis, and we would also I think we would be in a bit of trouble, frankly. Yeah. Don't send me back to the UK. Okay. All right. I'll ask you to join party in a bit, Ben. Let's see. Right. The place we're headed is the Bentini Depot. I bet that's like a thing in FF9 or something. Although Treno has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. Thus, we'll be taking a hover cargo. Oh. My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. The cargo's equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I guarantee your safety during the ride. What happens once we get to Bentini? Well, that's your problem. It certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. As long as we don't do what Hermes did, we'll be fine. Yeah, Hermes was a fucking moron. Holy shit. Hermes is the literal epitome of toxic compassion. Do you know how, like, people talk about toxic compassion? That's Hermes. I need to do a video on Hermes. Lummel is resolved to meet the Doom train head-on, but would prefer to depart before he can think about it any longer. Ready then? Our fearless operator will help you aboard. We make for Bentini with all haste. Don't get me wrong, though. I love Hermes as a character. He's fascinating and crazy, but holy crap. He's a literal dipshit. Sometimes I'm just like, oh, bro, why? Let me just say, the scene where Ammon is bemoaning and wailing in the dungeon and Asahi comes out was peak for me, because Asahi and Xenos, but Asahi in particular, are the complete epitome of the answer to Hermes' question. And Hermes, in his quest to find the answer to the question, created and simultaneously fucked over people like Asahi. And Asahi had chosen his meaning. Asahi knew what he wanted. He wanted, well, we're not going to say what he wanted because we all know what he wanted. And he wasn't going to get it. But hope springs eternal. I'll have us there in a flash. Do keep any limbs you're attached to and would like to remain attached to inside the vehicle. But what if I don't want to? I love Doom Train. Yeah, I think Foxy Deck is closer to where I'm going with it. Yeah, that's what he wanted, Ben.
This is it.
Yeah, I don't know Epic. I like it as it is. I actually am more open to open-ended shit as well.
I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go.
In fact, I'm one of those few who feels like more explanation is.
The train moves at breakneck speed.
Sometimes a mistake.
If we're too slow, it'll plow right through us.
But I did come up with an explanation.
We best get underway before it does just that.
That just does what it needs to do narratively.
Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
Well, I don't actually give a about Ayane, or Treno, but I'm here to fight and possibly die multiple Hell on rails? I love that. Oh, I love that. Okay. Hell on rails. Okay. Let's go. Okay, where's Ben? Okay, we're going to try to queue up. Well, I mean, we have to queue up. But worst comes to worst, we can always go to another data center. The question is, uh-oh. Oh boy, I'm short just a little bit. Wait 1 second. Explaining a magic power that a gameplay mechanic is always challenging. I'm going to say right now, Foxy, that there are some people who overthink it, and they get into this almost, dare I say the word, autistic mentality about power leveling. And I kind of understand, but part of me also thinks that it's unhelpful. Okay. If I recall correctly, I have to just up one of my 750, 750, 750, 750. Ah, yeah, here we go. This is the one. 750. I just need another ring, actually. Another ring would get me there. Do I have enough for an accessory? No. Is there like a ring that I could buy off the market board that's high enough? Well, I'll check Tyrol. I cooked and ate dinner in that tangent. Ah, poor Ben. Ben, guys, I hope everyone can cheer on Ben for putting up with me. He has the, yeah, maybe a crafted one. Let's see. I knew I was missing one. I just need to buy one ring, right? I bet these are gross. Ouch! Ow! Ow! No! Holy shit! I'm so poor. That would clean me out. 710. That's not much more use. Can buy a 750 for old greens. I think the point of comparison when it comes to WoW versus 14 in terms of how they tell the story, for upfront and directly flowing narrative. Well, WoW, yes. Centel, yes. FF14 is more focused on upfront and directly flowing narrative. Well, WoW, the World of Warcraft exists a long way for it. It took them a long time, many expansions before they started working on new concepts. Solution 9, okay. I'll go back to Solution 9. I already looked. I'm short on tomes. I made 10 million this week. Wow. Item level doesn't matter with the full group. It does to get in Tiamat. So right now I literally can't queue in because I'm short. Where's my other ring? I was running on a, yeah, I was running on this ring here. So I'm 742. I'm literally 3 short. If I get a ring in the 1 slot, then I'm fine. But I'm short. I don't have enough green currency. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I have enough of the special currency. I'll just splurge on that. So that will be here. Oh, okay, saved. I'm gonna get not a ring of healing. That would fuck me up. Okay, I didn't want to do that, but I did it. Okay, so I'm gonna throw that in here. Okay, so now we can queue up for it. Oh. Okay, now I'm good. Okay, now I'm good. Now I am at 749. Ring is bis anyway. Yeah, yeah, I've won bis now. The thing about WoW is that the lore seems variable and the narrative isn't complete. Whereas Final Fantasy XIV, the lore might be there. It's just not always explained all the time, all the way. But the narrative is there for me. So usually for me, does it have a beginning, middle, end? Does it have characters? Do the characters have motivations? Do the characters progress? Is there a setting? Does the setting make sense? So on and so forth. If we look at all of the basic rubrics for writing a creative story, Final Fantasy XIV can check almost all of those boxes off. WoW, not so much. But in terms of lore, I get the sense that sometimes the Banri Oda knows exactly what he's doing. They simply haven't found a time or a place to give all the answers yet. And I can live with that. I don't need all of those answers fronted up front. I don't need my hand held. I don't need it over-explained even. But the problem is that sometimes they under-explain it, and so then people get confused. So they need to explain enough, but they should never always feel like they have to explain too much. I personally think this modern mentality of needing to have everything down to stats and numbers is so male-brained and sometimes counterintuitive to what makes a great story. Because what makes a great story is not actually always the numbers, it's the aesthetic and the feeling of it, which to me I think counts more towards a great narrative than having all of the numbers. That being said, there are moments in World of Warcraft where not World of Warcraft, where in Final Fantasy I felt like if they did take the time to firm up some issues with lore, to firm up the power level, to firm up some of the time related stuff, like understanding the flow of time and how long it takes to get somewhere, I do think that sometimes would alleviate some of the less trying to be kind. It would alleviate some questions. 8 minutes isn't too bad. Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, and then if we hit 8 minutes, then I'm not gonna wait. I'm gonna hop over to another data center. Do you want to get invested in WoW lore when it changes every expansion? Not really. WoW drops story changes directions too frequently to make a cohesive story. Yeah, that's kind of that's where I'm saying is there's two parts to creating something like this, right? So, for example, I'm gonna actually go like this. There's lore, which is history and world building. And then there is narrative. I think that FF14 has this probably 4/5, like 9/10 of the time. WoW, right? And then narrative, FF14, most of the time, I would say 9/10 of the time, the story makes sense, right? Even a story like Dawntrail that you don't maybe enjoy, right? Even a story like Dawntrail makes sense. You know what's happening, you know who's in the scene, and for the most part, accepting some issues here and there with the story that Epic and I kind of understood what was going on there. Aside from some of that, we understand the story. The story makes sense. So far, hitherto, the story in WoW, I'm only there like half of the time. Right? So it's just like, yeah. But when WoW has a great cinematic, holy moly, they knock it out of the park. WoW has some fantastic cinematics that I've seen. Like the Arthas cinematic, like gave me chills, and I didn't even know what was going on. So like some of the cinematics in WoW are like, and some of like the little details. I love the music in WoW. I actually got used to some of the scenery and the landscape that I thought was really beautiful. There's so much to enjoy about WoW. It's just like the story is not there. And I'm going to say it, the beginning of Guild Wars 2 for me so far has been extremely rough as well. I like the personalization of your starting story, but the way that the story is shown and acted out flat on a screen, yeah. Twins forever. Sometimes the fruit has a bajillion layers of skin to peel back to enjoy this taste. Sometimes the skin bursts on the slightest touch and doesn't taste right. Oh, interesting. Shiko, welcome to this stream. Which MMO have you played? Have you played both WoW and Tiamat? Hello, Tiamat. Sorry, I'm just starting to like be able to pause and not think about stuff. Epic, for some reason, Epic gets my whirligigs going in such a good way. I'm gonna be up all night again. Hopefully I will be able to get some sleep at some point. But the jailer did it. Oh no. I remember Pyromancer having a meltdown over I will never serve. I totally understand what the perspective of WoW's lore is. Despite of that public perception, it wasn't until Shadowlands where the lore in terms of what actually was a retcon was consistent. Yeah. You see, that's the thing, Epic, is sometimes when you try to turn a ship around or you try to fix something, I think that's where sometimes some people, how can I say it? you might be trying to be consistent, but if you don't try to be consistent in the right way, it's going to be failure, right? So same thing with Dawntrail. Dawntrail, in my opinion, is a narrative that pretty much works, okay? Like, it makes sense. I know what's going on, etc., etc. But would I say that Dawntrail is Final Fantasy XIV's, you know, finest hour? No, right? So when I say that, when I talk about narrative that is working, that means that there are characters, there's a setting, and there's a clear plot. And in Dawntrail, I think there's a plot, and I think there is conflict, but it's lacking, right? And that's where Dawntrail is struggling. But even Dawntrail struggling never confused me. Guild Wars 2 struggling never confused me. But some mobile game, have you ever like BDO, for example? There's just some games where the story doesn't feel like you're playing a story. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to withdraw, and we are going to I'm going to log out. We're going to move over to Primal because we don't want to wait all night. Okay, this is how the lore is because it's from a different perspective. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go to Primal. WoW is excellent in the moments, not so much in the complete story. Exactly, Tiamat. WoW being god killers. Jonathan made 10 million gil this week. Wow. I was talking to Ben the other day, and I was like, holy moly, I am the most scattered Final Fantasy XIV player on the planet. Do you want to know how scattered I am? I'm the type of person who queues into the game and I'm like, what am I going to do today? And it will be the most random thing. Now, more recently, I've been focused on getting a mount from PvP. But before that, if you asked me, what have you been doing in Final Fantasy XIV? I would just be like drawing a blank. First off, I can only play maybe a couple hours every week, and I've been also playing on an alt, so it's not been regular. Let's just say this, it's not been regular for me at all. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna wait for my Lala friend. But like, for example, I'll give an example here. This is me after how many years? I've been playing since Asmongold started playing. This is me. This is where my jobs are at. I can't even like sit down and just grind out a job and level it correctly. That's me. I'm just like I literally, the one reason why I've never struggled with this game or really had burnout is because I don't do what I don't want to do. I just do what I want to do, and if there's nothing for me to do or I'm not feeling in the mood, I don't play it. It's fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna see if my fellow Lala has come in. Might take him a little bit of time because of yeah, he's play something else, read. clap some cheeks. Yeah, right. Yeah. I've been playing as Riva for 5 years, and I'll be honest, I have half the game still needing to be unlocked. Yeah, so like I have been okay. You can see here my crafting and my gathering looking pretty good. I've been working at Culinarian slowly. So I have been doing things. It's just that I follow my whimsy, and I don't feel ashamed about it. I don't think anyone should feel ashamed about it. And you know, I told you guys I had a sister who had a baby on the way, which was birthed, and yeah, she basically like I made a tiny quilt for her baby, so that took my time up. I was doing painting for my mother, like I was painting watercolor paintings for my mother's Christmas gifts, so I got busy with that. I'm in the middle of planning a multi-series saga set in space that is Final Fantasy inspired, but with a mixture of Warhammer 40k and Game of Thrones mixed in. Nothing wrong with being an Omnicrafter. She loves dressing her Catboy like a okay, that's it. I'm finding you. I'm gonna find you. I'm going to hunt you. And then I'm going to do something. That's it. He's absolutely going to stream snipe me. Where is he? Where's the little shite? He's probably running away from me. Nope, he's over here. You know what I got for you? Something that Nadra taught me. Yeah, that's right. I can slap you from this distance. Watch Spirits Within and then avoid doing that. What happens in that movie for your story? Oh man. Oh, that's a deep cut, Jonathan. I watched Spirits Within. Oh, how old was I? I must have been in my teens, early 20s maybe. Get back here, you fucking Malala. I already slapped you anyway. Slash reprimand. I got the reprimand emote. I am so happy. Just want to say. Final Fantasy Spirits Within? Yeah. It had a really great soundtrack. Yeah. So let's see. Shiko says he plays 14, short stint with SWTOR. Oh, hated it. Okay, okay. I tried playing some SWTOR, Shiko. The free trial wasn't big enough for me to make up my mind on it, so I didn't get into it. I'm a huge Star Wars fangirl, so there were aspects of SWTOR that I loved. It was just really, really difficult for me to keep playing the game when I couldn't determine if it was something that I would even be good at. Like, at least with Guild Wars 2, you buy a single pack and you don't have to sub and you can just play it or not play it. But with SWTOR and with WoW, the free trials are just horrible. Like, the WoW free trial is a joke. But then I found out more about the game as I played it more, and I realized that the way that they do the game, like the way the systems work, is very, like, yeah, it doesn't make it conducive. So yeah, the free trial may always suck from now until the end of time. So yeah. When it comes to writing, that your class influences how you use a weapon rather than limit you. Yeah, I do like that epic. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. I kind of want to go back and play a bit more of Guild Wars 2. I want to try out Final Fantasy 11. I want to try out Guild Wars 2. And there's a few things I want to do, and I'm going to do it probably like in between patches, but after we get my sister's boyfriend through the Final Fantasy 14 MSQ. So after that, I'll probably use my Thursday nights for another MMO. So yeah, Guild Wars 2 or something like that. And once again, 14 was my first MMO that I felt at home in. Like, Eve Echoes on mobile phone was fun, but it didn't make me obsessed like 14 did. 14 will always be the special MMO in my heart with the most amazing story ever. It's just that I'm a person who enjoys trying out different things, and I want to play. I don't know if I told anyone this, but I did actually start playing Final Fantasy 16, and I got past the tutorial because my new GPU actually works now. I don't feel sick when I play the game, and hot darn, like that first section with the revelation about the Phoenix and Clive and the Phoenix. Anyway, I was just like, oh. But yeah, it was really, really good. Have we ever seen a Estinian jump without a spear in his hands? Technically, yes. But it's not the scene that you think. But it is the scene that had Zepla all hot and bothered. But he technically jumped there without a spear in his hand. But yeah, he technically jumped out a window without a spear in his hand. But is it like an actual dragon dive? No, probably not. We're within spitting distance of Shadowbringers. It's going to be so good. Yes. Yes. I used to be a major MMO whore. Oh my lord. I played so many MMOs. I played Eve Echoes. I tried a bit of Eve Online, SWTOR, Lord of the Rings Online, ESO Online. I tried WoW 3 times. I tried BDO. I tried Albion Online. I tried Guild Wars 2. Which other ones did I try? I tried so many, guys. 14 was the only one. Oh, get this. A Realm Reborn was the only one that I loved. Wow, this train is something else.
Here it comes! Brace for impact!
Oh. Wow. Okay. Okay. That is a crazy train. At least it's not the extreme version. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm scared. Okay. What are we doing?
We're in it now! I'm counting on you!
Oh, you. Okay. Okay. Oh. That was not fun. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh, this is fun. The floor is changing. Turrets. Okay, which side? Okay. Oh, yikes. That clipped. That got me. I got! I can only imagine what the extreme version for this looks like.
Not again! You all right back there? Use the transport panel to get up there!
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my good Gideon! This is crazy! This side? This is too much thinking for me. Too much brain power.
How many times is it going to do that?
I don't know, Momo. Oh, this is all flat. We were just transported. Oh shit! Ow! Oh, that was bad. Ow! Oh, I'm gonna die. Uh-oh. Oh no. That was almost a full bar. Oh, that was...
What's in the... You're still on board, right?
Oh, that was a full... what? Why?
Ethereal! Oh!
What? Ow? We got a greedy mentor. Oh my lord, that's too much thinking. I'm not smart. I'm a bear with very little brains.
I have to disconnect the car! Quick! Jump on the next one!
Why?
Thunder upon us!
Oh boy. Guys, are you guys getting PTSD from watching me play? Because I think I would probably get PTSD. Oh boy. Oh, wow. This is like back and forth and an up and down. They added verticality into a trial. Am I right in that assessment? That they added verticality into a trial? I feel like that's what happened here. I think it's actually pretty cool. One thing that a lot of Final Fantasy XIV trials have done in the past that they haven't done recently, as far as I can recall, is the verticality thing. Headlamp? Oh. Woo! Did I die at all? I don't think I died. I think I went through that without dying. Love the techno remix of the FF10 9 boss? Yeah, I loved it, Tiamat. I'm gonna definitely try to definitely try to get that on my YouTube playlist. I love that. I haven't played FF9, so it's a bit new to me, but wow. Yeah, the catastrophe came to mind. And I think there's a up and down mechanic in Valley Garmanda.
Phew. No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime. But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train!
I'm sorry, guys.
Mostly you did.
I'm just gonna call him Stewie from now on, because it's Stewie.
Before we can celebrate, though, we need to make sure Treno's secure. As I feared, stray beasts to the south. I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help, but I need your help again.
Well, sure. Guys, I need to just... Oh! Oh no. Oh boy. Oh no, I can't rely on other people. Oh fuck! Okay, I'm going in. Ben, I'm going in. I have to believe that ANA will be safe with your comrades while we attend to matters elsewhere. I'll see to the window. You try not to join them, all right? Oh my lord. It's a multi-progress. Oh, good giddy ant. Okay. Okay. Oh, guys. Oh no. Solo duty. Pange. Okay. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Not the Lala! Oh.
No!
What? What the? Wait, what? Is that cryo? Yeah, that looked like paint.
Can you stand?
Yes! Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall.
Oh, are we gonna be fighting as cryo?
Can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
as Cryo for the first time? Okay. Let's learn how to Picto. Oh, they made her really easy. Okay. Casts in the following
make sure
spell.
The evacuation route is clear
Casts
first.
in this following spell. Fire 2. What's the difference between 1 and 2? This one is more powerful. AoE, maybe? Restores HP. Okay. Alright. I don't know if I should have led with that, but I did. Okay, yeah, this is an AoE.
Done. Now to aid those people by the canal.
Single AoE and then an AoE channel. Okay.
Help is on the way!
Oh, wow. Okay.
There may be other stragglers.
Yeah. Yeah, epic. But here's the problem, Epic, okay? Think about it. What you said right here about Wuklamat and her story, then if you think about the feats, right? And I know what they were trying to do with the feats, and I have no quibble about what they were trying to say with them, but if you think about it, in terms, like, they could have done, like, lassoing a llama or whatever, right? But if, like, the more I thought about it, the more I realized, like, what would she have fought? So then I asked, why wouldn't she have been able to fight anything? And so then, once I asked that question, that's where I realized that where the issue was. So you're absolutely correct, Epic. You're 100. I'm 110% with you on this one. Should I pull more? Am I gonna regret this? Oh no, I did it. I did it. I did it. I double pulled. I was so scared I couldn't even move. Silly, isn't it? Ha ha ha. My wife and I will be making for town straight away. You have my word on that. If you're determined to check on everyone, I won't complain, but do be careful.
That breeze is awfully warm. Oh no!
Okay, what do we got here? It's really on fire. No shit.
First things first, the fire.
Okay. What are we doing with this water? Extinguish fire.
To take a leaf out of Y'shtola's book.
Froth and foam! Yeah. Shoxism, it was you that put the fire out? How will I ever thank you? Now that we know it won't be spreading any further, we can all take shelter until this is over. What sort of magic was that? I've never seen the like. Priorities. Yes, I'm going to run away and we can talk about it later.
Too soon. I hope that was the worst of it.
It lacks solo duties? Well, that's why, that's where I got to the question that I got to, Jonathan, as you know. Jonathan's one of the few people that I actually, Jonathan and Ben were in a call with me one night on Discord, and I touched on how my mental process is. And of course everyone else will get to hear this as well. I just gotta get there. We're getting there.
I'll take care of this. Make for shelter.
See ya in a minute, Lamau.
Is that all of them? A behemoth!
Are we gonna save her? Are we gonna save her? Oh, it's Y'shtola. Damn.
Oh! We cut that rather close.
Thank goodness you're all right.
Ayane has finished the repairs. We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And hold the line we will, together.
In the coming battle, you will fight as Nico Kurokumo. Well, okay. Alright. Let's...
I can still fight. I can.
I have no doubt.
Yeah. That was a mistake. I wouldn't be surprised that Dawntrail had a lot of rewrites. I'm going to be honest, Jonathan. I don't think that the problem that we're seeing necessarily came from rewrites. It could be true that rewrites happened. In fact, from the sounds of it, most video games undergo extensive rewrites. But given how they usually act as a team, and given that Ishikawa is their boss, I would actually not be surprised if this was a fundamental issue from the beginning. Even in this part, she gets cool moments. We get to see the Warrior of Light through the eyes of our friends. Yeah, we get to see what Nico looks like when I'm not playing him. Yeah, that's great. That's sure to boost my morale. Hey, this is the Nico Kuroko mode that doesn't suck.
I can still fight. I can.
Why is Cryo sucking all of a sudden? I don't know, but Nico's doing great. Can you imagine?
Keep away from the clouds. If I never see another storm. Nowhere is safe with so many of them. Some friendly winds, could you please?
What's happening? I have no idea what just happened, but something blew something.
How fortunate that bird made such an impression.
Oh, she summoned it with her Picto. Yeah, okay. Oh no.
The Levin grows more volatile. Something is coming.
Oh no shit.
Full lightning! Y'shtola, Sphene, lend me your strength!
these balls of lightning.
Okay. Oh boy.
Just keep the lightning at bay a little longer!
Ah! Okay.
Take cover behind the springers! The tide is turning! Press the attack!
Use a ground type Pokemon, Chieko. Yeah, I used my Titan. How about that for ground type?
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Oh my, how you have grown.
Flatterer. What is it?
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
Wow.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Dawntrail has been destroyed. Last but not least, Ayane's fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore. This calls for a celebration.
Yay!
The Doom Train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them. Alila?
Uh-oh. She recognized her mother.
Cryle. Does the name Alila mean aught to you?
Yeah, that's the name of my mother.
My mother? Did you know her?
Are they related? I'm her sister. I'm your aunt. Miela. Or I'm her mother. I'm your grandmother. Best friend. Wow, that old face is creepy.
I'm sorry, my dear. We should get you patched up before aught else. Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same. After you've rested and recovered, I'll tell you the tale. You have no cause to fret, I promise you.
Well, yeah, technically, she
Well,
came...
Lummel forgot to give the order. Bless him. There's work to be done ere we can celebrate. First and foremost, we must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
You needn't mind me. My injuries are far from severe.
I'm just tired. I need to sleep.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
What about Sveen? Sveen's been healing all... Move your hand, Sveen! I got physic. It can put out like 50 potency of healing. Okay. Graha. After that battle, I think we all require a moment. You'd better get some rest too. I mean it. Exhaustion aside, Kryle sustained no injuries you need worry over. To think Miaili knew Kryle's mother, I too am eager to hear the details. While I would rather not have tumbled to the pavement in front of half the city, I'm none the worse for wear thanks to Y'shtola. But what of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them now before we see Miaili. After that battle, I think we all required a moment. You'd better get some rest too. Okay, yeah, same thing. Kryle's ready to hear more about Miaili. From Miaili, or is she? Curious, isn't it? I want to know more than anything, yet part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. What do you think your mom's gonna be? A psychopath? If everyone is feeling up to it, let's go and have our answers. What could you be? Okay. Alright, let's just go, okay? You've already met your mother. Or a memory of your mother. You already know she's fine, other than being dead, basically. In all the ways it counts. Okay, so Lummel says, our newer friends. Do you know why grandmother called us here? Both Iane and I neglected to ask. How are you feeling? I hope you... faring. How are you failing? I hope you recovered from your brush with the Doom Train. And did I hear something about a behemoth? I had every confidence Lummel would be safe in your company, but it heartens me to see him unharmed nonetheless. While the key is to be the main topic of our conversation, there's no telling what else Miaili might reveal. It's alright. I'm ready to hear it. I found myself feeling anxious on Kryle's behalf. Okay, well. Fine, let's go. Let's click.
Ere I begin my tale, there is something about our family that you need to understand. We are descendants of the Speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role. Even as we do our utmost to ensure our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came. Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories. My mother was your sister.
Called it!
She was.
Wow,
Which makes you
I
an heir
guessed
to
so
the
many
Speaker's
things. I
legacy.
couldn't be... I had to be, you know, right.
The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart Preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
And is it your wish that we give it back?
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here is where we've put down our roots. The moment Elila relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
Oh! They're asking me now. To explore worlds yet unknown to us. That's a good one. To save lives and perform other such feats of heroism. Probably true. I'm still not sure, frankly. I'm kind of torn between being an explorer and being a hero. Because I genuinely want to go to other reflections and see other reflections. Yeah. Ben, did you choose number 1? What did she say for number 1? You know what? I'm gonna choose number 1, and then maybe on Chieko I'll choose number 2. I just think that, like, Nico is filled with wanderlust. He just wants to wander around.
For some, that might be a self-serving end. But your deeds are proof that I needn't worry.
Yeah, I mean, along the way, I'll be a good person.
And what's more, there's your
Hopefully.
friendship with my niece. I dare say that speaks well of your character.
Well, unless I'm
By the
really
by,
evil
Do you
by
have
accident.
any records pertaining to the key here in Trenno?
Would that we did.
Epic did number
but
1.
Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
And so we find ourselves returned to our original course.
Oh yeah, she still
Kira
wants to
may have
get
made
back
some
with Runar.
progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end.
Yeah. She's still trying to...
But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Trenno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear.
You got the annex to worry about.
It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Trenno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
Well, I mean, she's not wrong. She's got the annex in Raha. She can go back there.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you?
This is actually like a cult. Where does Calyx fit in this world, though? Like, where is he hanging out in?
A word of caution, Keeper of the Key.
Oh.
As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands. Oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master.
It wants to be found.
But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one
Love that
era
dungeon track.
to
Same
the
too.
next.
Same too. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. It's immensely
Be
hummable.
wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
For fate's regard now falls upon you. That's fine. I'm good. I'm 9/10ths rejoined. 9/14ths rejoined. What the fuck? Holy shit. What's an R? What the? Uh-oh. Does my handsome catboy have a brain tumor? It's the one. It's the ring. Did you guys ever watch behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings? There's this part where Sam goes, "It's the ring," right? While they were filming it close by an airplane strip, or like somewhere where airplanes flew overhead. No, they were doing military exercises. It was by a base, and they were doing military exercises, and Sean Astin was like, "It's the ring, Frodo." And so when he said, "It's the ring," then there was like this massive explosive boom. And Frodo like flinches, like Elijah Wood flinches. They actually kept his visual reaction in the film, but it wasn't actually to It's the Ring. It was to like some like live round going off. I love behind the scenes Lord of the Rings. Just picturing Sam and Frodo carrying a runner-up trophy around Middle-earth. Yeah. Surprise aura. Yeah, what's with that aura? But you know what, though? If you think about it, we have... Okay, so we have in Alexandria, in the 9th, we have Alexandria somewhere up in the clouds, right? Hovering in a half state between two realms. Then we have on the ground Treno. But where is Calyx? Like, where is he meeting the Ascian? So there has to be other places. Okay. If the Malala's records were in Preservation's possession, I doubt they ever relinquished them. That knowledge must await us back in Alexandria. I can't believe I have living relatives here and they make it seem so simple. Maybe it's enough to just be Cryo. Yeah, I would say so. Sphene, Cryo looks like she's just seen the first ray of sunlight on a cloudy day. I'm glad she's found that which she sought. Yeah. Lummel and Ayane have gone to some of the other Malala we've met from across the city. Okay. So we're gonna say farewell.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Dawntrail. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
For my part, I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the Electrope to restore it without your aid. I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service. Kryl. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. Remember that, will you? Whatever shore you choose.
Of course. Those words, and our people, will always be in my heart.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time.
What's with this angle?
But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart.
Getting the heebie-jeebies. Am I emotionally retarded? I must be emotionally retarded.
for bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Kryle.
You can go hug those Lalas, Ben. I only hug cat boys.
Me, Eiley.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family.
Plus, you can always come back.
See us once in a while.
Yeah, you can go on vacation there. It's not a big deal. It's like, Charlene, hop Aetheryte to Tuliolol, hop Aetheryte to
My comrades
Living
have found
memory.
a treatment for Levin sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
Take airship down. It's that simple.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends.
Yep.
We'll await your return, my dear.
The music is so beautiful, though. Lalas just give me the heebie-jeebies. The best Lala for me would be Pippin, Tataru.
Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
Okay. Okay, let's see. What did Sphene say? Sphene said, if safe and reliable airship travel to Treno were possible, it would cut down on the length and danger of the journey. Yeah, I'd start working on that. Once we're back in Solution 9, I should like to relax with a hot cup of tea. Okay. Though we're still in the 9th, it hardly feels like it up here. What a wonder. It still feels a bit like I'm dreaming, but even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I'm more certain than ever that Shale's work will yield vital insights into the key. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive in Solution 9. If you don't mind, might we first make our way to Resolution? Gossin will be wondering about my absence. Heavens, yes. I apologize for keeping you from your duties for so long. Think nothing of it. I was more than happy to be part of your adventure, and Gossin will forgive me once I tell him of Treno. Oh, Lord. Look at that little potato with his little chicken, too. His little roast. It's going to require a lot of electrical insulation. Yeah. Or like using crystals that mitigate lightning. So earth crystals, I imagine. Something like that. Yeah, I wonder if the aura with the teddy bear, given how she's dressed, escaped from an asylum that Calyx runs, or the Ascian. Gossin hasn't worn his regulator since his memory was restored. The experience must have affected him deeply. We're back! Though we learned little about the Ascians, our sojourn was more than worthwhile. According to the people of Treno, there are yet other settlements in the 9th. We shall have to seek them out one day. Okay, so Graha just confirmed there are other settlements. This explains much. I wondered why I had seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you've been? It's quite a long story, but we went to Treno. You can't eat who dat. You done even know Hutst is. Okay. However stalwart your companions, traversing the Mist Continent with no knowledge of what awaited was extraordinarily reckless. That I can't not deny, but it failed as much. We have the opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a longtime ally. And as I did not in fact come to harm, all is well that ends well? Humph! You shall be the death of me. Should you feel compelled to go on any other excursions in the future, I expect that you will notify me beforehand. Salty? Yes, of course. It was remiss of me. I apologize. Duty's call is most insistent. Nevertheless, when you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. You're back. How'd it go? Did you find a way down? Yep. And we found Treno. And we found out about the key. Treno, I've heard the name. Incredible that it sheltered the Milala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in Preservation's archives. They could be. Though our work isn't done yet, we've made progress on the decryption. I was on my way to the containment complex to review the data in situ. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review the information available. We'll contact you as soon as we made some sense of it. Well, Graha, it's you and me, almost alone. This patch is called the patch in which Nico slowly divests himself of all company except Graha in order to have some Catboy loving time. In the meantime, might I suggest the Warrior of Light get a good night's sleep or two? No. You never know what manner of hellish technology will be after us next. Kyle, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of Porxies. Indeed, while I'm aware of the principles, I was needed elsewhere when the others were treating the 11 afflicted. I shall have to ask Y'shtola to instruct me. 'Tis the least I can do for my family. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the Source. That's nowhere I'd rather be. Well, that's good. Just don't horn in on my alone time with Grahatia, okay? Nico is such a catty bitch cat. Oh, are we going to get a scene with Calyx? Let's see here. Meanwhile, earlier in Treno.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmarut!
Oh, dear me!
Oh, it's the Ascian Halmarut.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. She recognized Azim. She said, "Who is that sexy catboy who may or may not be bi now?"
One need hardly be the warrior of light to notice you. You're far from subtle.
Okay, that's Calyx. Glorious Calyx.
As if the horns and scales weren't enough, you insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
Yeah, she's Ascian. I mean, this isn't even theory crafting.
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Ascian?
Yeah, there we go.
Not that I don't intend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing.
Can I have those glasses in black?
Besides, if one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you. Oh, Calyx, how you've grown. Smaller, that is. And surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon. If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again. And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side. However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse. Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections. Matter such as your archived memories.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement. I wish only to observe. That is enough.
Very well. I shan't press. Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment. For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all? whether they will it or no. Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells.
Lord.
But
Calyx.
so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith.
He ticks off so many boxes for me.
That my life's work might again bring
But he's like in the body of a boy, so it's like I'm a 1,000-year-old boy scientist. It's a little creepy.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
No, it's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Oh, okay. So, Whither blows fate's wandering will? For gray clouds presage winter's chill. Warm fare thee wells can ease the sting of partings as we come to terms with an absence not soon forgotten. To tell those we hold dear what they mean to us and to wish them the best, we should seize that chance whensoever we can. Okay. Where is my site? Where is the site that I like to use? I feel like it disappeared. Damn. Well, I guess we'll have to use the wiki. I'm not a super fan of the wiki, but here we go. Wow. That's great. Okay, let's see what the other one says. Fungal and plant life, hence why they gave her a lot of green. Phytobiology wing of Academia Nider, being host to the research of the words of Halma Root. She joined the convocation in summoning Zodiarch. Yeah, so she's biased. Halma Root's soul was split into 14 shards. Wow, there's some editorialization that goes on in this wiki. That's the problem with wikis. If enough people don't edit, if not enough people edit it, it can get extremely editorialized. Yeah, here we go. Halmarut. The Arbiter, Exodus, the Judge Cell, Libra, Yellow. Halmarut is said, "Behold my friends, embraced by the earth and caressed by the wind, vibrant life flourishes, all is right in creation." Unknown glyph. Very interesting. If you squint, there is some design textures linked to that, like design ideas linked to that. Which of the constellations is linked to Scorpio? According to this one, Laha is Pisces, Elidibus is nothing, Logriff, Aries. Wow, that's crazy. I'm in Aries. Chestaurus is Metron. Pastrot is Cancer. Van Daniel is Leo. Altima, Virgo. Halmarut, Libra. Nabrialis is Scorpio. Supposedly. Now we gotta take this with a grain of salt. Like, I don't know where that is coming from. But there you go. This is like a card. That just focuses on the ancients. Speculation. Azim's glyph. Though Azim is yet to show a glyph over their features, nor do they have an Esper glyph to draw from, there are some hints one might exist. Glyphs are shown to be on display. Furthermore, in Nabrialis's fight, certain spells have a glyph at their base. This is a similar effect to what we see displayed on Azim's magic during the events of 5.3. So our glyph, part of our glyph could be down there. I mean, it's a reach. It's a reach. Yeah. Azim is linked to the sun. Shepherd to the stars. Constellation crystal quote. No glyph to speculate over. Yeah. It's an interesting, this website is very interesting, but I don't know how rigorous it is in terms of if anyone wants to visit that site and poke around on it. Nabrialis sounds lame. Ugh. Yeah, but did you see the Nabrialis quote? The Nabrialis quote for that was, "Everything burns, crumbles, decay. I hear the lamentation of my brethren, and soon there will be only silence." Okay, so the Nabrialis voice actor, yes, extremely terrible and cringe. But the Nabrialis quote is pretty solid. That is pretty emo. Scorpio should be the strongest one, just saying. Okay, boomer. I think the memory stones had constellations on them from what I remember people mentioning. That quote goes hard. Yeah, I think Nabrialis' quote is pretty good, Epic. I think the Nabrialis voice actor took down Nabrialis of Notch, okay? He got the Realm Reborn. He got the Realm Reborn. Where is Inna, actually? Where is Ben? I gotta search for my MS Curator / MS Cuber. Where is he? It says he's in Solution 9. Nabrialis VA is just ARR issues? Exactly. No. My boomer comment, Epic, was about your fears over Scorpio not going hard enough. I think the Nabrialis quote goes hard. That's quite nice. I think you should be proud of Nabrialis' quote, Epic. I think Nabrialis' quote is really, really solid. Don't feel ashamed of Nabrialis' quote. Let me guess. You are Scorpio? I'm gonna be honest, I dislike the whole Aries. Like, I'm not super into, obviously, I'm not super into astrology. And Aries doesn't suit me one bit. Like, there's aspects of Aries, I suppose you could say, like, oh, she's got a little aspect of Aries. But when my friend did a astrological thing, I had a stronger... Anyway, it's just, yeah. Anyway, of course I'm a Scorpio. So, non-hero Asian. Yes, non-hero Asian, so that's nice. Halmarat sounds really cool. I liked her voice actor. I liked her vibe. I'm very excited about Halmarat. We knew that there was an Asian. It's interesting how Calyx doesn't want to have a real body. That's kind of cool. I can't fault that either. I understand that kind of thinking. So Halmarut is suggesting that if we don't change our course, there's going to be a withering. And the Winterers have to kind of hunker down because there's going to be a withering. Now, the question that we then have is, what withering is she talking about? Because I would assume at this point that Halmarut would have noticed that our main issue with Meteon is now dealt with. So we don't have to worry about Dynamis. So is she ignorant of what happened with Meteon and the dark, corrupted, the bad Dynamis problem? Or is she seeing that there is going to be another fallout from keeping things the way they are? Or is she still bent on rejoining? Is she still a believer and we have to talk her out of the Kool-Aid? Or is there something else that's happening that we don't yet know that we are allowing or causing to happen because of the key? And Calyx not wanting a body reminds me of the robots from the Matrix where they rejected human forms. Yeah. I feel Calyx. I also would probably give up my body if I could. But there's a problem of running out of power, and then you would die because, anyway, like, I would just always be worried about energy. Anyway. The idea of cliques within the Ascians is hilarious. The Unsundered, the Winterers, and then there's that Fandaniel weirdo. The Withering was before the Song of Meteon. Yeah, so maybe there's an issue that the Ascians were dealing with, and she's still concerned about it because it might still be ongoing. But since Hydaelyn split everything, the Withering is now split among all these reflections, except for the ones that were rejoined. But I don't know. I'm not sure. One thing that's interesting is there's this talk of a wandering will, and there not being a will. So that gives us some thought. We're obviously going to have a chat with her. But here's the question, right? There are only a few people who have soul sight and can, like, really differentiate souls. She recognizes that we are the vaunted hero and that we are the warrior of light. But does she link that to Azim? Maybe not. What would be really cool is that Halmaret goes to another reflection, not 9, some other reflection that survived. And on that reflection, she's friends with Azim, and Azim agrees with her. So then we have to fight ourselves. But like a weaker version of ourselves, I think. Yeah. I will say that winter is an actual term for animals and people who have safety huts in winter. The winterers comprise of sundered Ascians, and Meteon predates the sundering. Confirmed soul sight. Hithlo, Emmet, Xenos, I believe. There are one or two others, maybe Mikoto. Yeah. So she recognizes us as the Warrior of Light. She did not say that she recognized us as Azim. So I wonder if she doesn't even know that we're Azim. And how would that change her perspective if she knew that we were partially in the know? I recommend watching the 7.4 cutscene on the moon when Y'shtola opens the Void Gate. Okay, I will put that in my notes. I actually need to go and put socks on my feet. My feet are freezing. Are you sockless in Canada? Yeah. I predict there's a decent chance she will be an ally. Also in Japanese, she uses the word sama as an honorific. She didn't call us Azim. She called us the hero of the source. Yeah. Elidibus and Venat do not have it. Do not have what? Soul sight? Oh, yeah. In addition, in relation to the hero / us. 6.4, not 7.4. Okay. I will check it out. I'll check it out. Thanks for the recommendation, Jonathan. I'll check it out and see. I'm verbally abusing the Lala. What the? Something weird is going on. Personal theory, says Tiamat, is that without both Zodiark and Hydaelyn, the etheric flow between the shards and the source has been disruptive and or is weakening. Yeah, I could see that as a possible theory, Tiamat. Yeah, I could see that. The stream delay made that so funny. For some reason, I can't type. I don't know, but it's all good. Yeah, my feet are solid ice right now, and I regret everything. I need to go curl up in a warm blanket. It is so cold. I don't know what happened. Like, did it drop in temperature? Wait 1 sec. Oh, yeah, it's like minus 25 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's nipper. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll send it to you in Discord. It's late? Is it? Oh, poor Ben. Ben is being very responsible. It's cold. Yeah, it's cold right now. Wow. Okay, so let's wrap it up because it is getting to 1 a.m. Basically, I think, yeah. If I think about this, I feel that some of Cryle's emotional conflict felt a bit too rushed and early for me. I would have liked to have seen that toward the end. Maybe put some more time in. But I recognize that these patch stories are often shorter, so they might have felt like, oh, we can't put too much in there. I loved the music. I loved the new instances and zone type areas that we went to. I like the new introduction of lore, and I like how they have what looks to be promising amount of proper conflict with people who are disagreeing with us, and we're going to have to work our way with Halmer and Calyx. There's this sense that another reflection is involved, so there's that as well. There's the Winterers and the Withering. All of that seems to me like a great place to start, honestly. I think, for me, that this particular patch is very much like last patch. It felt quick, it felt to the point, and it felt much more cohesive. And I felt like we were going somewhere and we were doing something. Am I crazy for thinking that this series of patch content is taking liberties in terms of what could have been more fleshed out? What do you mean by that, Epic? It was a W for you? Yeah, I think this is much stronger in terms of moving on with what we wanted to see, which was more cryo lore, Malala stuff relating to the preservation and the key. There wasn't a lot in terms of actually knowing what the key is about or knowing what preservation is exactly up to, but I prefer slow burn than just heavy dumping with exposition. Are we calling the Winterers a group of people? I thought she was being metaphorical with the name. Yeah, I think the Winterers is a group of people. What did you think that the Winterers would be? As a person who suffered severe depression, can sort of relate when you have time to actually think what you have postpone. It hits you hard. Yeah, I think when you put stuff off, I think that's tab. Ekineko. Anyway, yeah. I've been really hit hard with a bit of work and also just feeling blah. But yeah, nor sold on the crowd stuff, but it's fine. 8.0 world break. Animals who hide during winter in homes are called winterers, like it's a group of animals, behavior-wise. Oh no. When she talks about the winterers, I think she was talking about like a society of people. That's what I read it as. Is there wait 1 second. Yeah, the Winterers must be prepared to outlast the Great Withering to come. Yeah, here we go. Here. This is what she wrote. This is what she said specifically. And this is the reason why I thought of it as the reason why I think of this as a group is because it's capitalized epic. You see, if this was just a metaphor to say those who are trying to survive the winter must be prepared to outlast the Great Withering to come, it would not be capitalized. It would just say like this. Like it would just do it like that. Because metaphors don't need to be capitalized to make sense. The capital letter suggests to me that this is a specific group of people. What Calix says Winterer appears in 7.3. Yeah. I think the Winterers is a group of people who are doing what Epic said. Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. No, I think what is happening here is, right, there's a great withering to come. Withering, many of us think about withering as being in hot desert, but withering is actually more specifically simply the death of life, right? Like a withering plant, right? So the withering could be the loss of life to the shards, like Tiamat said, and the Winterers, so that loss of life would be the winter, right? Because during winter, there's a loss of life. Everything kind of closes down and hibernates and goes to sleep or dies. So when Epic said that animals were creating a shelter to survive or hibernate through the winter, that's what the Winterers are doing. But this is a society of people who are trying to winter through, who are trying to survive through the Great Withering, which is the Winterer. Which is the winter. The Winterers are wintering through the winter, which they are calling the Withering. So they're a group of Ascians who want a place to hide. Well, is Calix an Ascian? Because Calix is part of it. I think it's not just Ascians. I think Halmut maybe went off on her own at some point. Maybe she realized we can't stop the Warrior of Light in Hydaelyn. We need to focus on what we can change. And so she may have broken off from the rest of the rejoined group and went YOLO, especially toward the end. She could have just read the room and said, oh my gosh, Emmett has just taken the hit and Elidibus has gone down, right? And so she might have been, during Endwalker, she might have been thinking, okay, well, that's done, that's over, we're not going to be able to continue that. And she was on the source doing ARR. Oh, Ben. But I could imagine her being like, yeah, let's move on. Let's deal with this thing that is the problem. I think the Winterers are comprised of people who already lost their world. Yeah, for all we know, Halmarut might be like a moral Ascian who was trying to save people while they rejoined the worlds. Like, we don't know. Like, we don't know. And to my thinking, says Tab, the Withering and Meteon are two issues that Ascian solved with Zodiark, as it rewrites laws when he became unmade. Both happen. So Meteon happened, and then the withering set in. Back in. There was a pause on the withering. As the Convocation wants to preserve the world, she returns to her former work agenda. Maybe. It's hard to say exactly what she wants or who she's working with, but my guess is that she's working with more than just Ascians, because she's working with Calyx. Calyx, as far as I know, as the text has led me to believe, Calyx is not an Ascian. So if Calyx isn't an Ascian, as far as we know, then this means she's working with a select group of people that she perhaps recruited. So I think the Winterers are a group of people. But that people could be a mixed group, not just Ascians. It could be all sorts of people, including Calyx. I would prefer Calyx to be as normal as possible. Yeah, so my guess, Epic, is that she works with people who are, for lack of a better word, normal. That's to say, like, not an Ascian, not specially rejoined, stuff like that. She doesn't treat Calyx as an underling. No, she seems to treat Calyx as like a younger brother. Or like a colleague that she likes to tease. Unless the Winterer's plan accounts for Zodiark, the Unsundered would not be in board. Yeah, I don't know how many people from the ancients Halmarut would have recruited. I think it would be most likely it would be people from other reflections. We know that she was on the 9th. We know that she recruited Calyx from the 9th. We know that she had a hand probably with preservation. So my feeling is that, and we know that she's after the key. So my sense is that she works with normal people, with humans, Aura, Rogadin, whatever. She's willing to work with people. And that makes her a bit different, because the other Ascians that we met had a tendency to recruit people and then transform them into lower level Ascians. Whereas it feels like Halmarut is not interested in trying to like reawaken or partially rejoin Ascians. She doesn't seem to be that type. The Ascians that are missing are Pashtarat, Altima, and Dudelafon. Yeah. Yeah. And clearly we have Halmarut here now. So the Unsundered can use Dynamis theoretically. Yes, theoretically. Like unsundered the sundered Ascians. Sundered Ascians could use it. Unsundered, imagine the Unsundered, due to being mortal shards, can have different parties and perspectives to the Unsundered. Sundered. Yeah, I think we're getting mixed up with Sundered and Unsundered, guys. Okay, so if we think about, okay, guys, let's think about here, okay? Let's think about the easiest example, okay? The easiest, whiniest, stupidest example is Ammon / Hermes / Asahi. because Hermes had clearly become a nihilistic bitch and had lost the plot to a large degree. And so then I think Hermes was going along with Elidibus and Emmett Selk and La Habrea, but I think Hermes was broken. And so once La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emmett Selk left the equation, Hermes went right off the reservation. So if Hermes was willing to go right off the reservation and just go boop, you know what I mean? Like just go whoo, right off the reservation. Technically, we didn't destroy Zodiark. Like we destroyed it, but technically Hermes was part of that too. So anyway, yeah, so Hermes, I think, had his own agenda. So if Hermes could have his own agenda, why couldn't Helmarat have her own agenda? She's a sundered Ascian, and she could have her own life and her own memories that she cherishes and she cares about. And maybe she's learned from her time being, an aura and living a mortal life, she could have come to a different conclusion than the unsundered Ascians. And so she could have gone along with Emmett and Elidibus and La Habrea when it felt expedient to do so. But maybe at some point she was like, this is stupid. I'm not going to go on. And she went off and did her own thing. Whatever it is we're building to, it's going to be a multi-shard epic. We're currently building allies on all the shards. Yeah. There's only one little problem, okay? Can anyone guess my concerns? I want to end with that today before we end stream. Can anyone guess one of my concerns? We saw it today in this patch. We saw it in Dawntrail. And we actually saw it in Endwalker as well. It's something that has me a little bit worried. Can anyone guess? There's no Ascian cat boy. You know what? We won't go too shallow, honey, in 7.5. Not enough fleshing out. Yeah, I'm worried. I'm a little worried about time. You see, I know that some people don't like a slow story, but if you don't take time to fill things out properly, things are going to feel contrived and rushed. And you're going to be like, why are they feeling that way? Why should I be feeling that way? Why should I care? And this is where I can forgive post-patch content because post-patch quest lines are usually shorter. But if you're, how can I say this? The reason why the post-patch content for Dawntrail, like this patch, which I liked, but there was a question mark around Kryle's response, right? And I feel that it's different from Shadowbringers, where you had just one place that you focused on and you got to know everybody there well. So in the post-patch content, when you were struggling with watching the Crystal Exarch slowly die to the crystals, and you're seeing Lena crying, it means something. So the problem that I felt with, to a lesser degree with Endwalker, but to a greater degree with Dawntrail, and definitely with the Dawntrail post patches, is that because the expansion wasn't focused on one thing, and because the conflict was lacking, the post patches therefore have to rush to fill in the gaps that the main expansion couldn't fill. If you put too much in one expansion, you end up running the risk of, how can I say this? If you put too much or too little, you run the risk of not giving enough, or giving too much but not of the right thing. And then the post patches have to do the heavy lifting. And then the post patches will have too much at once, too fast. Yes, exactly, Epic. It should have been a real zone. They're doing the heavy lifting for what should have been expansion. Yeah. So here's my concern, right? You have a thread, but your thread has to be complete before you go on to the next thread. And that thread has to be complete before you go on to the next thread. Now, these threads don't have to be completely answered, right? That's fine, right? For example, when we left A Realm Reborn, we hadn't solved the tribe quest, the tribe society, tribe shit, right? We had put out the majority of the fires, but the fires were still ongoing when we left A Realm Reborn and went off to Ishgard. But the fires of the tribes still calling on primals and behaving like, you know, the tribes that, you know, how they were behaving at the beginning, that was still ongoing. That was a question that we still had. And there were still issues with the tempered and all of that going on when we went into Ishgard. But in terms of the story making sense and having a complete arc, and we at least understand what is going on over there completely to a degree, even if we don't know where it's going, the picture that we had of Eorzea was complete. Now, were there areas where we could flesh it out more, like Gridania, for sure, right? That's part of time constraints. We can't be over in this area forever. That's what side quests are for. But generally speaking, if we're talking about a single focus narrative that we need to experience within a limited amount of time, it has to be complete and it has to cover the bases. And my concern is if we're always hopping from reflection to reflection, we're not going to dig into one area, completely understand what's going on, before we go to the next area to completely understand what's going on. If we're just head hopping, right? We're doing the reflection version of head hopping. If we're constantly head hopping, we're going to know all of these various problems, but they're going to have almost no weight to us. They're going to have almost no impact on us because we're not going to live it. We're just going to be like tourists. We're going to be like people who go to China and they stay there for 2 weeks and then they think that they understand what China is. No anchor, yeah. So my concern is that, and my hope is that they slow down, but they do so in a meaningful way, if that makes sense. They need to slow down to smell the flowers, but they need to do it in a way that feels meaningful, consequential, and complex. Yeah. Am I making sense? I think I explained it as best I can. But anyway, it's a very delicate thing is what I'm trying to say. There's too little and too much. And sometimes as a writer, you can have too little and too much. Well, we spent all of post-patch in Endwalker dealing with the 13th, and we spent half of Dawntrail and post-patch dealing with the 9th. Yeah. Okay, so for the 13th, that's where I'm going to slightly disagree with you in one aspect. The 13th has been with us since A Realm Reborn. So, for me, I didn't need a ton of the 13th because I already knew we already had a huge background on the 13th. We've been dealing with problems with the 13th for a long time now. So for me, having the 13th in a small section of patch content felt fine. Was it enough, in my opinion? I think I could spend more time with Zero. And I would hope that they would maybe put like side content in there one day where we can go in there and do fighting or crafting and gathering or something to help with the 13th. I should hope that we aren't done with the 13th because what we got in post-patch Endwalker 13th still wasn't 100% complete. But at least the story of what we got with Zero was psychologically making sense and had a beginning, middle, end, and it wrapped up questions we had about Tainor, it wrapped up questions we had about rift travel, it wrapped up questions about Unukalai, it wrapped up questions about the void cloud, the cloud of whatever, the cloud of darkness. It wrapped up questions about it kind of essentially also dealt with like all of the stuff related to void demons and bullshit. So for me, I just feel like I want to avoid head hopping. I want to live with a group of people so then I can care about that group of people and then move on. Anukalai got to leave the solar. Yeah, he did. He got to go and be with Tainor and have a friend. It's been 84 years. I've been sitting here waiting for the Warrior of Light to return. So anyway, my only concern is if we're hopping through reflections, we're going to have another thing where we are going to be breaking an expansion in half once again to do 2 reflections in one go. Or, for example, like going to Mericidia and then halfway through, once we were just getting to know Mericidia, suddenly we're being whisked off to another reflection. I'm a little bit worried that if they don't handle it well, it could come off half-baked. Shadowbringers was just one reflection. Yes. Exactly. So it meant more, in my opinion. There's a way to, I think, maybe psych people out so they don't notice. And that's by adding more combat in and making you do more stuff. That might be a way to kind of psych out most gamers so they don't realize that they're not really engaging with the world in a meaningful way. they're doing something, if that makes sense. But in Dawntrail, what happened is there was no engagement in terms of like, well, I'm not going to say there was no engagement because I have some surprises up my sleeve about that. There certainly was more engagement than some expansions, but it felt like there was no engagement. There was not enough engagement, even though there was technically more engagement. It felt like there wasn't enough engagement because of the way the story was done. .4 was opening a door so we could look in. Yeah. So my hope, Jonathan, is that for 8.0, wherever it is that we go, I'm actually open. I am not going to close my mind to going to any place. If we go to Mericidia, I'll be happy that we went to Mericidia. If we go to the South Seas in Mericidia, that might be okay. If we did like a 2-for-1, you know, just to fill that stuff out. But I think it would be a shame if they tried to like half an expansion, one part for Mericidia and one part for a reflection. You ain't got no sleeves, barely got socks. Lol. I got socks now, okay? I can sort of feel my toes now. But yeah, I'm just a little worried. I'm hoping I'm going to wish them the best. I know it's hard to write something really good. I am not going to shit on people for trying and failing at something. I'm not that type of person who is going to be jumping on a hate bandwagon because everybody else is doing that. I find that not to be helpful. But I will say that they need to be careful about rushing. I'd like them to slow down when they need to slow down, and then make sure that the pace is still meaningfully confrontational and challenging. Mericidia has been officially denied for the next expansion, so then they'll probably go. So if that's the case, then we'll probably continue going through the Mist Continent, and then we'll go to another reflection. That's my guess. We'll be dealing with Halmarut then, if that's the case. I think we deal with the Void again, probably. Oh, when we deal with the Void again is when we go to Mericidia. Interesting. Okay. I hope that when they dig in somewhere that they don't rush things so it feels I just want them to avoid making things feel contrived. Oh, is Mericidia a hot topic? I did not know that. Now, what did you guys feel about 7.4? Like, did anyone here feel a bit more hopeful about the direction of the story, or are you guys still a little worried? What were your thoughts? Wherever we go next, I don't want to feel like it's been made hollow. I 150% agree with you, Epic. They have to not be afraid to offend people. Just write stories that are confrontational and interesting and meaningful. And I think every one of us will be there. You attempt to balance the two shards. A combined first 13th expansion. 7.4 is one of the better patches. got you intrigued for 8.0. I wanted to let the Ascians rest another expansion before bringing them back again, but alas. Yeah. But they make such good protagonists. And they're still out there. I personally, like as a writer, I like baiting my readers. So I would have had an Ascian throughout the whole expansion, but you would not have known it was an Ascian. And then in the patch content, at some point it would come out, and then you would get an Ascian, actual Ascian engagement. FM, you're typing? Do you mean FML? I can absolutely read Ben's fat finger sentences, and, well, yeah. I'm always excited for stories about other worlds. It's too alluring. Yeah, I agree. Epic. I just want it to be complete, if that makes sense. And that, when I say complete, I'm not saying all the answers are answered, and I'm not saying that there are no loose threads. I just want it to feel meaty. Yeah, not hollow. So, yeah, I'm very happy with 7.4. Love the music, love the characters. Will Lummel make it back again? Once again, I don't know. But I also have a weird thing where it would be cool if I'd settle for a non-bait and switch. Yeah, just like a straightforward. Yeah, I think it's a solid patch for sure. I like how we're shedding off people. I think it would be really cool if we did an expansion where we're on our own, and when we do the trials and dungeons, we're just with random NPC adventurers as well. That would be kind of cool. Yes, I agree, Jonathan. I feel like 7.4 said goodbye to everybody, and we are now almost alone with Grahatia. Not quite there. We still have this Lala hanging around. But don't worry. I'll assassinate her if I have to, so I can spend some alone time with Best Boy. Setting aside my fanfiction headcanon here, I think it would be interesting to see where they take certain characters. I will say one thing, issue I have with Cryo is I don't see any apparent flaw in her, and I don't like that. She is skating dangerously close to Mary Sue territories. Dangerously close. The only thing that's saving her is that she is clearly inexperienced and not super powerful. But in many other aspects, she's skating. She's flying a bit too close to the sun. So, yeah. We'll see where they take her. I thought her flaw was her height. No, that's ableist of you, Epic. Is that your internalized ableism? Just a Lala racist. Yeah, she doesn't have any apparent flaws. That's a problem. That's a problem with her character. Wait a minute, are you calling me a Lala racist? No, I'm just racist toward one specific Lala. Just one of them. Take a guess. imagine if Warrior of Light was a Lala? We don't have to imagine if the Warrior of Light was a Lala. Ben is a Lala. Well, Y'shtola is sort of the only sign left that has received big character development. She's always been the cat mom. Just been the cat mom of the group. I don't see Y'shtola as a cat mom at all. Y'shtola has far from cat mother vibes. Y'shtola's character journey is toward femininity. Alice's character development was coming into her identity and also learning to accept vulnerability. Alphino received the Great Humbling in A Realm Reborn. Alphino's largest and most busy character arc was through A Realm Reborn up through into Ishgard. Thancred's character development went from fuckboy to dad cred. So basically Thancred's is integrating his anima and becoming a responsible father figure. Urianger's character arc was also massive. Thancred's character arc was massive. Urianger's character arc was massive. You don't see Y'shtola? No, I don't see Y'shtola as a motherly figure. Y'shtola is an intellectual scholar who struggled with attitude and speaking the truth without thinking about how people felt about it. She was extremely blunt. She went through an extremely blunt period leading out of Stormblood into Shadowbringers, and Runar and her integration with the people, the Raktika people, started to soften her. But at her core, she is a person who prizes truth above everything else. Her declaration of her identity to the Ea is not motherly. That is not motherliness. Kryl is more motherly than Y'shtola is. Men seeing a mother in Y'shtola see a mother of their children in Y'shtola because she's attractive. But she herself and her personality is not warm, nor is it nurturing. Just listen to her voice. Nah. In fact, if I was going to say out of all of the scions, who would Chieko actually be most like? Personality, intellectual wise, I would be a Y'shtola. That is my vibe. I am not a motherly person. Do I care about people? Yes. Do I show my care by giving them advice and telling them what to do with their life? Absolutely. But that is not motherliness. Yeah, so I think Kryl growing into her power is what Wuklamat also kind of did to a degree. But with Wuklamat, there was a bravado and an immaturity born of a lack of age, which I can forgive. With Kryl, it feels a bit unearned. It feels even more unearned than Wuklamat. Confirmed Chieko would be a grumpy cat girl. Yeah, or Matoya, right? I'm actually Matoya in the cave. Yeah, I know that my take on Y'shtola might put off some people. And once again, I don't want to hate on Y'shtola. It's just that I recognize within the way that she talks to people, I think, and I recognize within Y'shtola a care, but also a brusqueness and a lack of emotional connection. Yeah, she's not running around hugging people. And if she's not, yeah, she's just, she's more like a grumpy lady. I'm going down to grown IP meetings you kids play in town, like an older sister. She's a crone archetype. Yes. Epic. That's what I'm talking about. She's like an older sister or older aunt. She's like Matoya, essentially. But, unlike Matoya, Y'shtola has a chance to change. Unlike Matoya, becoming alone, and happy. I'm sure Matoya is happy, don't get me wrong. But I think Matoya is encouraging Y'shtola to pursue her curiosity about the first, not just because it's, you know, academic curiosity, but I think Y'shtola has a chance to find completion or love in another person with Runar, who is the simplest man on the planet, perhaps, but exactly what she needs. So in my opinion, I think Y'shtola wanting to be with Runar does not... I actually want them to get together. I think that's her best... That is the best character arc I could want for that character, is for her to recognize the importance of social bonds, of being committed to a group of people, of putting down roots, because she is a rootless character. She's one of the characters... when the Scions are breaking up, she's very, very ready to break up and just do her own thing. She was always pushing for the Scions to remain independent of each other. Even because I was just replaying, we were replaying Heaven's Word, and Y'shtola is extremely independent, extremely a loner, and I think there is a definite chance that Runar could grow her. Runar could show her it's okay to love a man and also be independent. She called out Merleweeb. Yeah. The moment she realized she sounded like Matoya was hilarious. Exactly. Yes. See? Epic? The acceptance of life's mysteries. That's what she told the Ea, right? She was like, look, I might never find the answer, but I'm still going to keep searching. Like, I don't see Y'shtola as a mother. I just see her as like a crone, as a wise woman. But all wise women can learn the importance of the animus and learn the importance of having a man in their life. And I think for me, when I look at someone like Y'shtola, I know it's not very feminist or whatever, but sometimes I think modern women today need to be reminded that they can be extremely happy with the correct male or female, whatever, partner in their life. You know, I don't know. I think it would be a fantastic arc for her character. So I don't think her character arc is done yet for Y'shtola. I do think, like, Thancred is very close to his final arc. Like, there's a lot of Scions who I think have been complete, but Y'shtola is one where her arc is not yet complete. Exactly, Epic. Wow. Epic and I are like mind melding here. Exactly. It's like you said. So Epic says, Matoya seems to have given more to the shadow side of being a crone. This doesn't mean evil. I think Y'shtola has it in her to ascend from the trappings of the archetype. Exactly. Yeah. Yes, I agree, Tiamat. Y'shtola is one of the only OG scions that has somewhere to go with her character. And if you said to me right now, who has more to go with their character, psychologically and emotionally, Kryl or Y'shtola, I would say Y'shtola. Kryl or Wuklamat, I would say Wuklamat. Kryl and Kuana, I'd say Kuana. Kryl and Bakul Jaja, I'd say Bakul Jaja. Anyway, I'm joking about the last one. I think Bakul Jaja was like a mini arc of a character, and he's clearly done. But yeah. Yeah, like we could definitely see Thancred like be a father to Rin again, but like generally speaking, he's completed the general arc of his stuff. Unfortunately, I don't think romance is in the card for any major character because it has the potential to ruin the fantasy for its players. Yeah, that is entirely possible. That, you know, while waiting around, Runar is out in the forest and falls on his axe. But generally speaking, if we're talking about where to take Y'shtola, that is where you need to take Y'shtola. Of all the OG scions, she's one of the only ones that really has space to move in her arc. Bring back Bakul. Yeah, I love Bakul too, though. In terms of emotional and psychological progression, she's the only one I have questions about. I don't have any questions about Kryl at this point. If Kryl had an issue with greed, or pride, or fear, or anything, I'd go, oh, okay, we still got to deal with that. Like, for example, Grahatia had more of an arc than Kryl. Grahatia's arc was learning to draw boundaries, to advocate for himself, to chase his own dream, and to basically have hope that even when faced with hopelessness, to keep holding on to hope. And his hope was in us. So like even Graha has a better arc than Kryl. She will be a central character to get some character growth. Yeah, hopefully Jonathan. Hopefully it's not more of the same. Good night, Tab. Thanks for hanging out. What time is it? Ooh, it's 2 a.m. I probably have to stop talking because I live in an apartment building and the floors are thin, so they could probably hear me talking and they probably want to go to sleep. Anyway, everyone, I just want to say thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Thank you so much for theory crafting with me. From singing Running Up That Hill to finding hills to run on. That's a good one. Okay. But anyway, thanks everyone for spending time with me as I play 7.4. I'm going to talk with the little Lala to discuss a time to play the raid on. We might play it off stream, just do it on our own, but I will maybe do a video covering it and talking about it. But in general, I have to say I loved and enjoyed 7.4, and thank you for experiencing it with me. I really appreciate everybody being here tonight and chatting, and hopefully soon I will feel even better than I am right now. And we'll be able to put out a few more of the review videos. So, yeah. Take care, everybody. And, yeah, we're going to keep trucking this year. So take care and have a great evening, everybody.